Good afternoon guys. Mag-remind lang kung ade na kita ha YouTube nag-live, okay?
Noted, Ed. Thank you very much. Please inform your classmates, org mates, your friends, as long as they are concerned about the particularities of today's meeting and consultation, that if they cannot access Zoom because of internet connections or data problems, they may watch the live stream on YouTube, or di kaya i-follow nila yung UP Vista page because they will be giving live updates from time to time. The link for the YouTube live stream and Vista page will be posted in the SC page soon. Thank you. Ayan, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Ready na po tayo magsimula, kaso naghihintay po tayo ng other key persons na makapasok po sa ating Zoom meeting. kasi nahihirapan yung ibang makapasok sa ating meeting. Ayan.
Nico? Hello, Nico? Hello,
Yes.
Nico?
Yay.
Wait. Nico, wait. This is my phone. This is not my computer because I cannot log in from my computer. I have no idea why. Can you see me? Sorry, my thing
Yes
is
po.
off.
Yes, Dean.
Start video. Nakikita ako sa video.
Apo.
But I cannot see. I don't like this because I cannot see what's going on. How do I... wait. Hide my video in gallery view. Hide. How many are there of you na? Ano de?
57 na po yung lahat din so far.
Okay, sige. But if I use this, I cannot show you my laptop. Paano ba yan? Because I can't log in using my laptop. I have no idea why nag-restart na ako. Sige, okay na. Okay. Sige, okay. Anay, ha? While they are trying to solve this. Sige, bahala ka na. Bilingan nga niya akong password. Can you give me 2 minutes, Nico? Do you want to start already? Who is there na? How many do we have?
57 din so far. 58.
Okay. So what's the... You will start and then what will happen again? Sorry. I'm so panicked na tuloy. I've been trying to enter for 30 minutes. Sus Mariosep.
Okay lang din. So, bali po, kapag okay na po kayo, we will start po the meeting. We'll call to order na po and then start with your message and the assessment of the students and then proceed po tayo right away dun sa major na Q&A na portion.
Okay, teka, sandali ha. Let me, where is my, I cannot even, the problem is I cannot even, can you hear me?
Yes, Dean.
So it's very nadidiscombobulate ako because I've been attending meetings for the past several weeks and I've had no trouble whatsoever. Okay, except now. So wait lang. Can I teka, I will stop video for a minute, ha? Wait lang. Problema ito kung ano?
Wala natin makikita nga daw.
Siguro, panong tanala, mag-start na lang kami, kailangan mo naguhulat. Gagamitin ko lang ito nga ng GIS kay para amo tot ako. O ano na, naka-work na? Ayaw, sige, ayaw mo na. There must be something wrong. Oo, thanks dear, I will just read na lang. Oo, thanks ha. Hi Nico, again, sorry everyone. I really cannot log in using my laptop, so I cannot show you my presentation. But we can start because nakakahiya na waiting. Keeping everybody waiting. I will just have to speak. Okay?
So ayan, good afternoon everyone. So as per mentioned in the guidelines for consultation for the academic policies and student services and programs for the next academic year, after the town hall meeting from UTV last June 30, magkakaroon tayo ng college-based consultation on or before July 4. Now, it is happening at this moment. So, yun, without further ado, we now call this meeting to order. Before we start, we'd like first to acknowledge the key persons who are here on this meeting and also to all participants who will actively join and share their inputs and concerns regarding the academic policies and student services and programs for the next academic year. So if matawag po namin yung names nyo or name nyo, if okay lang po, mag-unmute po tayo or di kaya mag-chat na lang po sa ating chat na box if you are here para po ma-recognize tayo ng body. We have here the Dean of UPB Tacloban College, Dr. Patricia Rinto.
Present. Hi, everyone.
We have also here the Associate Dean of UPB Tacloban College, Professor Arvin De Vera. Also, we have the College Secretary of UPB Tacloban College, Professor Irma Tan.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We have the Office of the Student Affairs Coordinator of UPB Tacloban College, Dr. Ervina Spina.
Pahinga kulo, paaton nga tanan.
We have also here the Division Chairpersons of UPB Tacloban College, starting with the Division of Humanities, Professor Joyce Alegre. Ayan. The Division of Management, Professor Amy Joan Exconde. From the Division of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, Dr. Yulito Casas, Jr. From the Division of Social Sciences, Professor Dakila Kim Yi. And although hindi po natin narinig kanilang boses, nag-confirm po yan silang lahat sa email na sinend natin regarding this consultation. So, mamaya, andito yan sila. And also, we have the coordinator of the Learning Resource Center, UPB Tacloban College, Professor Raquel Tabornal.
Good afternoon.
We have also the college librarian of UPB Tacloban College, Ma'am Clarabel Fumar Banyares.
Present.
We have also
Present.
the NSTP coordinator of UPB Tacloban College, Dr. Arsenito Culaba. And from the system administration, we have Professor John Ultra.
Oh, I'm in.
Oh, good afternoon. Systems Administrator. Kumusta ka mo?
And also, we have here the college students, undergraduate students of UPB Tacloban College coming from the different divisions and degree programs. We have from accountancy, management, communication arts, economics, psychology, political science, biology, and computer science. So for the starting part of our program, I would like to call on the Dean of UPB Tacloban College to give us a message regarding ano nga ba yung ini-envision ng UP Tacloban, what are the preparations of the college on meeting with the remote learning natin for the next academic year.
Hi, Nico, and everyone. Actually, I've managed to log in using my computer. So I can share my screen.
Sorry. Hi, Nico. Sorry. Hi, can you hear me? I can't hear you naman. Can you hear me?
Yes po, adi na po di.
Okay. Kasi I can now show my presentation if you will allow me to share my screen. But you need to unshare daw muna eh. Okay. Sus Mariosep, wait ha. Where is my... I am so frazzled by this technology. Okay. Yeah. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry. I've been trying to enter this room for more than 30 minutes. It's very strange. I think there is a lesson here somewhere. But anyway, uh, yeah, my remarks basically is that I'm sure some, if not all of you, have already heard from the Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs with regard to the plans for academic year 2020-2021. This slide that I'm showing now must be familiar to you. It's a slide from the presentation of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Cynthia Rose Bautista. This is her slide about the key messages that we all need to understand. One is that we will no longer, or for the moment, but maybe for forever, no longer be able to return to teaching and learning as we know it. Basically, the main point is that face-to-face teaching is not going to be possible in the immediate future. So therefore, we will have to shift to remote teaching and learning, especially in the first semester. But the other thing you need to remember, and this may not be immediately apparent now, is that face-to-face teaching is not necessarily superior to all these other modes of delivery. Okay, so the key word, I think, and this may not have been explained well, so let me just focus on this. In the other presentations you've heard, no? When we talk about remote learning, what is it that do we mean? What do we mean really? Basically, remote learning is a mode of education where the teachers and the learners are geographically or physically separated, most or all of the time. Okay, so this is the situation we now have. We cannot all be on campus, and we cannot all meet in our regular physical classrooms. Now, this is understood to be an alternative to face-to-face or in-person. That's the other term you might have heard, in-person classroom-based instruction. So remote learning has basically two major components: guided independent learning and collaborative learning supported by appropriate technologies. So what is guided independent learning or guided independent study? Also known as self-paced learning. Essentially, what will happen is that we, or your teachers at the moment, are busy preparing course packs for each of the courses that you will be enrolled in. The course pack contains a detailed guide to the course, the various learning resources for each of the topics in the course, the activity guides that you need to have in order to participate in the learning activities that the teacher will design, as well as guides to the major course requirements or assignments. But this is one side of it, right? Where you will be studying on your own for the most part, using the guides provided. The other side is that remote learning does not have to be lonely. It does not have to be boring or monotonous. You can certainly engage in dialogue, collaboration with your peers, mentoring and feedback from your teachers can be given in a virtual classroom. Wait, something's happening with my screen. Okay. Right. All right. There will be a virtual classroom or a set of virtual classrooms in what is called the Learning Management System, or LMS. And this is also something that we are very busy putting in place. So you can think about an LMS as a kind of a virtual building or campus. Okay. And plus, in addition to the LMS, we will be using other communication tools, including mobile phones, including Zoom, etc. Right. So basically, the point of going ahead with remote teaching and learning, even if we're all new to it, even if it is not something we've not tried before, the point of it is that we are in a pandemic situation. This is not going to change for some time until a vaccine is found and developed. We will not, and can be administered to all of us. It will be too dangerous for us to come together. But that's on the one hand. On the other hand, we need to not stop learning. If we stop learning, if we allow the pandemic to prevent us from continuing with education, we will be in trouble. We will be in worse trouble than we are now in. Because essentially, learning is vital to survival. No, you may have heard somebody say this. We need scientists, not beep, 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 not politicians, actually, that was the original word, in charge of the coronavirus and other disaster response. So that's you, right? You are the budding scientists, the budding scholars, the budding professionals. If you don't become what you should become, because we will freeze, we will do an academic freeze, as some people have said, then we are all doomed. And plus also we need to think about education as a right. So, it's a question of enabling access to education. Now, if your worry is that, you're worried that not all the learners will have access to remote teaching and learning, we need to keep in mind, you need to, I think what I would like to communicate with you is that we, your teachers and the administrators, are committed to these operational principles. There is someone with a dog. Maybe we need to remind people to mute their phones. And yeah. Okay. So these operational principles may have been shown you already by Vice President Bautista. We need to protect our community from the pandemic, yes, but we also need to sustain the continuity of instruction and learning. Plus, we understand that we need to consider equity concerns in all of our plans. We need to make sure that no student is left behind. So this is just a slide that shows you that we are, for example, committed to inclusive instructional design. We recognize that students vary in their circumstances. We recognize that some students are in very difficult circumstances, more difficult than others. All students are feeling anxious. We understand that as well. And we are keeping this in mind as we think about the ways by which we can continue to teach and help you learn. Okay. So this is something that you've already seen, the 5 pillars of the UP preparations for the coming academic year. So there is some work being done in ensuring that the appropriate physical infrastructure is in place, that everybody is connected, and that you have the information and communication tools that you need, including laptops, and learning equipment. The other pillar is academic infrastructure, which includes remote access to the library and to the learning management system. Operationalization and management of remote learning is there. Plus, student support is very, very important. So I'm very glad that you've invited all of the offices that are involved in ensuring that student support is provided beyond individual courses. So I think that's it. So I hope that this dialogue will be a productive one. We are here to listen to your concerns and to try and respond to them as much as well as possible. But the other thing I want to say is that this is a collaborative endeavor. If you do not, if we do not have you on board and we are not working together, then we can be assured that it will be a disaster in academic year 2020-2021. But if we want to avoid disaster, I think, we need to find common ground and think about solutions together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Arinto, for your message. So while we are shifting to the shared screen, be prepared. We'd like again to reiterate the importance of this consultation, because this is one of the avenues and platforms wherein students could actually share their inputs and air their concerns regarding the policies for the next academic year. And also, as the largest stakeholders in the university, it is very important to us to be actively involved regarding on what will happen or what will transpire in the next academic year, which all of them or all of those policies will affect not only our learning, but also in the future. Since although there will be a time kapag sabi ni Dean na naka-discover na tayo ng vaccine and cure for COVID-19, will go resume on the face-to-face classes. However, these policies na mangyayari in the next academic year would create a significant impact on how we will change and craft the policies na meron tayo on the next na mga semesters and academic years that follows. So ngayon, proceed na tayo sa next part ng ating program, which is on the assessment na part. Ngayon, for the information of everyone, last June 29, before the UTV Town Hall meeting, nag-gather ang Student Council ng mga student representatives across different batches and degree programs to actually consolidate different concerns and questions sa mga students for the next academic year. Although na-raise natin yung concerns sa UTV Town Hall meeting, hindi siya na-address lahat because of the limited time and because yung concerns ay hindi lang nanggagaling sa UP Tacloban students but of the entire UPV students. Ngayon, isa sa primary na napagtanto natin dun sa ating meeting before the Town Hall meeting is that parang walang nangyaring assessment on the entire UP system sa parte ng mga students kung paano nila na-take yung remote learning. Although it is apparent na yung nangyaring remote learning natin last semester ay biglaan, we see the importance na magkaroon din ng assessment on the part dun sa students and even on the part dun sa faculty and the administration kung ano nga ba yung naging struggles or di kaya ano yung naging strengths mismo ng remote learning last year na pwedeng ma-maintain or pwedeng ma-rectify at ma-improve on the next academic year. So itong assessment na to ay product ng ating pag-compile ng mga inputs from the students coming from the June 29 meeting, from the July 1 meeting where we decided kung kailan yung ating consultation, which is now, and then from the meeting also yesterday as a dry run and preparation dito sa mangyayaring meeting. So for the Q&A also na part mamaya, some or most of them are actually left na nasa Taglish na mode kasi we don't want to change the tone dun sa gustong i-express ng students sa mga questions. So, ayan, ito po yung ilan sa mga assessment at also nagbigay rin sila ng possible recommendations on how to improve it or on how to address it. So yung una nilang assessment is that nasa ano tayo na part, nasa parang ano yung nakita nilang pagpuna dun sa nangyaring remote learning last semester. Some students felt like some of their teachers were insincere when teachers checked on them. Some of them were also quick to dismiss their students' needs, with some even invalidating a student's reason for opting for a deferred grade because they can do it, even if the students aired their concerns regarding their unstable internet connection. So ito yung naging isang concern ng students last year kasi although sabi nila na pwede naman daw mag-defer ng grade, still sinasabihin daw sila ng mga profs or instructors nila na hindi naman kailangan mag-defer ng grade kasi kaya naman siyang ma-accomplish right before or on the CU deadline. So yun yung isa sa naging assessment ng students. Ang recommendation ng students doon is profs should have a deeper understanding of their students' needs. Policies that would protect the dignity of students should be put in place so that no similar accidents happen again. So yun. Basically po, mga ano lang po to, mga assessment, quick assessment lang po at recommendations. Yung mga legit po na concerns and questions is later pa po, after this mga around 10 na mga general assessment na nakumpile ng Student Council. And also, beside me is Bernalyn Montaño, the Vice Chairperson of the University Student Council for UP Tacloban, na kasama ko as the moderator also of this consultation.
So another concern raised during the assessment that was there was a lack of communication between professors and students because of various issues like but not limited to slow internet connection. Giving of feedback, seeking counsel and guidance from their professor were lacking overall. There was also minimal direct contact from faculty to students. So given na merong mga students na hindi accessible sa kanila yung mabilis na internet, so lumalabas pa sila ng bahay nila just to communicate with their classmates, with their professors, merong mga students na nag-raise ng concerns na hindi talaga nabantayan all throughout the remote learning during the past semester. Hindi sila nag-guide all throughout that time. So your recommendation was more ways should be utilized in facilitating synchronous and synchronous learning. We should not be heavily reliant on the internet and be more creative in delivering knowledge to students. feedback mechanisms should also be strengthened. If possible, consultation hours will be increased and faculty will reach out more often to students, especially to those whose pacing are slower due to their present conditions and limitations. Students should also do the same to their professors or instructors. So again, during this pandemic, alam natin na importante talaga na mag-continue yung pag-learn natin. However, we should not be limited again to just learning through online as we all know that not all students can access the internet. So we call on still yung pag-learn natin beyond dun sa known lang na way na pag-online na. So that's why we need to clarify ano ba talaga yung remote learning? Ano ba yung distance learning?
Ayan, next assessment po ng mga students is that there should be more ways of assessing students other than just basing grades on outputs. Course packs should not put too much pressure on students in submitting requirements where it reaches the point where students submit requirements just so they could submit, disregarding the entire learning experience. Ito yung po ang ni-reiterate ng isang student natin kagabi. Sabi niya is that sana daw sa remote learning is hindi masyadong mag-focus sa output based, kundi maging more of sa learning based talaga siya na type of remote learning. And then ito rin yung sinasuggest nila, yung recommendation that which is to lessen the importance of student outputs in assessing a student's acquired growth in a particular subject, and also to facilitate more on the feedback giving dun sa mga outputs ng students if ever. Like, are they really learning based on their outputs? Or meron ba silang kailangang improve and etc. What are the active impediment? Why is their progress little or ganito ganyan?
So another assessment was the distance learning disregarded the entire issue of the home being an environment not conducive for learning. So there are students who actually prefer to learn inside the classroom. So hindi lahat ng students feel it convenient to be opening their PowerPoint presentations, their learning in the four walls of their houses. So recommendation was UPTAX facility should be open for student use even in the event of remote learning, provided that standard health protocols are observed. So I think this will be more elaborated later on in the question and answer portion if the admin will actually allow this, but the students are hopeful actually that the Tacloban admin will allow this one because again, not all facilities, not all resources are available at the homes of our students. So some actually prefer to do it in the university, in the college itself.
And also, it will also take into account the different struggles and problems also faced by the student on their homes. Kasi ang iba din is merong mga personal problems regarding their environment to which they are learning, in which isa rin yun sa primary factor dapat na i-consider sa remote learning aside from the capacity and resources that the students have in terms of gadgets or technologies. Next assessment is during consultations, other students are not able to participate because every student goes through their course packs at different rates. This is because students have different resources. Sometimes students are afraid and hesitant to participate in consultations because they cannot catch up with the agenda and concerns. So usually, ang nangyayaring consultation is para daw sa mga students lang na nakakapag-comply sa requirements. So yung parang naging topic dun sa consultation is hindi na nakaka-catch up ng ibang students, kaya hindi na sila nakapag-participate for the consultation. So yung recommendation nila is there should be a genuine assessment of the students' resources and tailor the course packs according to their resources. There should be no one-size-fits-all course packs as each student has different economic capabilities and resources. So yun ang suggestion nila na instead daw na isang course pack lang para sa lahat ng student, before mag-start ang enrollment or even before mag-start ang academic year is ma-assess talaga yung capacity ng each student. And yung course pack ay ma-redesign in such a way that it will address their situations.
So another assessment, the course facts were too simple and they lack certain information that are vital to a student's learning. This defeats the purpose of the course fact, which should provide student ample resource to work with as not to enforce students to connect to the internet. So we all know na yung remaining syllabus actually are the revised course facts sent to us by our professors where mas nilimitahan nila yung gawain ng mga students. However, there are still some problems that arose during that time. So your recommendation was more complete course facts in terms of content should be made. So I think this is in connection we have a previous na assessment that it should actually be more complete and then clear din sa instructions sa students, also considering the economic status of the student.
Ito rin yung primary concern na ni-raise kagabi, in which sabi nila is that in-assure daw yung mga students na hindi nila kailangan with the course facts ng internet at all because it will provide all the materials that they need. However, yung nangyayari daw is that yung content ng course facts is hindi enough for them to understand well yung mga concepts na nilalatag doon, in which nire-require pa rin sila at some point na mag-visit sa internet to actually find supplemental na mga information regarding that topic para mas maintindihan nila. So parang nag-defeat the purpose ng remote learning na kaya siya ng walang internet or for those na walang capacity to access the internet. Next na assessment is some professors pass their responsibility of conducting their hard-to-reach students to other students or their classmates. Meron daw mga professors or instructors na parang nakikisuyo na lang sa mga estudyante niya na merong or friends nung isang estudyante to contact them and also to know their situation. Ngayon, ang recommendation dito ng mga students is the burden of communicating with the students should be wholly accepted by the faculty as this is their job. While the well-being of students is affected by how they take their academic responsibilities, they must feel that their instructors and professors will help them by being able to talk to their academic concerns and course problems without hesitation. Kumbaga yung inaasahan nila is that sa mga difficulties nila na ang nagkukos is yung academic nila na responsibilities, dapat is ma-assure ba na yung instructors at yung professors sila yung first line of people na makakatulong at malalapitan ng mga students. So parang yun yung point siguro ng student na to.
So another one is other faculty were very stiff on what social media platforms students could reach them. So again, merong mga students na nag-raise ng concern na limitado lang yung mga possible applications, social media platforms na pwede silang makontak. For example, they prefer to use Google Meet, Zoom, and we all know na since yung iba ay umuwi sa kanilang hometowns, mahina yung internet, so hindi kaya lang nila actually ma-access this messenger. However, they are forced still to use these applications since this was the ones preferred by their instructors or professors. So recommendation, all platforms should be utilized. Some students can only access free Facebook or Messenger. So I hope the faculty actually will be open or more lenient to students that merong mga students na Facebook lang or Messenger yung na-access nila. Hindi accessible sa lahat ng estudyante yung Zoom, Google Meet. So yun yung recommendation na na-raise nitong student.
And also this concern, yung pakiusap talaga ng student is sana sa mga faculty na mas maging understanding pa dun sa situation ng students. For example, if wala nga silang enough signal para makapag-contact via messenger, hindi naglo-load yung Facebook at all, nai-allow din silang mag-entertain ng questions sa phone mismo. And also, i-allow din silang maka-receive ng messages or maka-entertain ng mga concerns on madaling araw, for example, kung saan doon malakas yung signal and etc. So parang yun yung concern din ng mga students. Another assessment is that some profs deviated from the original deadline of requirements. Some profs check students' requirement at an earlier date. As a result, some students received a deferred grade even if they were able to submit the requirements within the deadline. Recent lang to na naging concern din ng ibang students. Kasi nung nag-reflect sa kanilang CRS is deferred grades sila even if nakapag-submit sila on the day mismo ng CU deadline. Ang kanilang recommendation is that Prof should strictly follow the deadline that were set prior. For example, July 3, 11:59 p.m. or 23:59, technically still July 3. Prof should also show more compassion to students given such a situation that we face. Kasi yung kanilang napag-alaman daw is that yung iba daw professors and instructors is nag-check at nag-grade daw ng mga requirements a day prior dun sa CU deadline to prepare for their grades. Tapos, yun, yung iba is nag-submit on the deadline mismo at gabi na. Pero on that date pa rin mismo. So, yun. So far, yun po yung mga general assessments na na-raise ng students. Again, this is more of their observation at kung ano nakita nilang mali at pwede pa sigurong ma-improve not only by the faculty and administration, but together also with the students themselves. Kasi understandable naman na lahat ng stakeholders sa university is nabigla dun sa ating biglaang remote learning last semester. Hindi naman natin in-expect yung pandemic and its impacts. So, ayun, before tayo mag-proceed dun sa main Q&A, kung meron tayong mga pagkukunan na nakita dun sa remote learning, meron naman tayong mga gustong i-comment dun sa kung paano na-handle ng college specifically yung remote learning na biglaan last semester. So ito yung mga what went right for us. So una, we commend the administration for the clear and fast dissemination of information, especially on academic policies and plans. So, kinukomend ng mga students din yung pag-email agad, for example, ng administration, yung pag-inform via pages, the OSA, UPB pages, dun sa mga informations and relevant na mga announcements na kailangan ng students marinig agad-agad.
So the students also commend the faculty who campaign for mass promotion and support students on the compliance of requirements with utmost compassion and consideration to their different situations. So napatampok natin last semester for the whole month of April and May the call for mass promotion, and there are actually professors who opted to mass promote students. So we thank these professors na actually who were with us, the students, in our call for mass promotion.
And even if yung iba is hindi nakapag-mass promotes, kailangan pa rin mag-comply ng requirements, still many faculties pa rin, not all of them, actually supported and the students with to the best of their abilities and capacities. So isa pa is that we also commend the faculty and administration for the fast and efficient response in the concerns of the students, for the different offices in UP for opening their services even online and entertaining concerns of undergraduate students, incoming freshies, and alumni. So, although naging geographically separated tayong lahat, we commend the administration and for the faculty na part for letting us feel na walang naiwanan pa rin on the entire pandemic or in the current pandemic for the last semester. Open pa rin ang services, yung mga questions is well entertained pa rin and nakapagbigay pa rin ng fast response yung mga different offices concerned. And I think this is the last assessment.
So we also thank the administration of the efforts in helping the stranded students of UPTAC during the community quarantine lockdown, as well as its partnership and support with different initiatives of students to help people who are struggling amid the pandemic. Thank you po naman.
So ito po, yung mga initiatives din po ng administration and from the faculty po na part is well supported din po ng students. For the different donation drives and projects that help really to that aims to help the struggling communities and vulnerable sectors din na meron tayo amid the pandemic. So yun po yung ating general assessments for the next semester. Hopefully, with the message din kanina ni Dean, this will set the tone as to why we also have this consultation. Kasi given na hindi pa rin tayo face-to-face classes next academic year and we will still go with remote learning, important na ma-pinpoint talaga natin yung mga naging problems at ma-troubleshoot yung mga nakikita nating possible na problems for the next academic year. That is only possible if we are able to view the academic policies, the remote learning, and the pandemic in the views of all stakeholders sa university, including the students. So, ayan, andito na po tayo sa ating main portion. On the student issues. So, bali po, during the meetings and also starting with the UPV Town Hall meeting until today, nagkalat tayo ng mga different concerns and questions coming from the students. So nag-release po tayo ng shared docs para sa lahat ng students to actually input their questions there. At finilter po siya ng council and student representatives coming from different courses and batches kung asang questions yung pareho ng dating, kung asang questions yung sa ganitong category. So bale, in-arrange po namin yung mga questions based on theme para mas maging efficient and smooth po yung ating Q&A portion. Ngayon, kapag ang question po ay related sa certain office, we request po the representatives and members of the faculty and the administration na makaka-answer po sa mga questions na to unmute na lang po yourself so that the students po can hear your side. And then, if that's the case, for the students naman na part, if meron kayong follow-up question, you may chat it on the chat box. And then, i-filter namin kasi baka yung follow-up question nyo is existing mismo sa PowerPoint presentation namin. At hindi na siya kailangang sabihin pa kasi i-ask din siya mamaya. So, yun po. Okay na po. Sige, start po tayo. So, ang una is on student issues. Specifically referring to shifting to the remote mode of teaching and learning. So, bali yung mga themes po natin and categories is based on the guidelines for consultation sent to us by OSA. So, yung first is concerns of students in the self-paced learning programs. Ang unang concern is, or question, where can we access the database that our CU is subscribed in? Currently in UP Tacloban, the knowledge about the databases is not widespread, which we will need especially in remote learning for research. I think makaka-answer po nito ang ating college librarian. Is Ma'am Fumar Banyaris?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Pasensya na kayo, nakakadamo na ako kadi-disconnect. So, okay na babatian niyon mo pa itak boses?
Yes, ma'am. Very clear.
Okay, so pagkayanan, naghimo na hin FB account ang tawag ito, ang library para kung may concerns ka mo, pwede ka mo dito mag send message. So, partihan mga database, di ba last sem, walk-in man lang ato ha library, tas hintatagan ka mo hito nga listahan. So, hito niya na, matatabuhinin, during enrollment, maghahatag ako step by step kung anong bubuhaton para maka-access itong Science Direct once officially enrolled na ka mo. Tapos itong UP system, by the way, itong Tacloban, waray niya kalugaringon nga nakasubscribe na journals. So naangklala kita, ha UP Visayas, ha UP Diliman, tapos kung ano itong ginaangklaliwat at UP Diliman itong CHED, so gintatagan kita. So amo itong listahan nga may kami ha library. So, yan naliwat, may plano ang system nga maghimo na lahin nga centralized na ang database. So, centralized ito ni iyo pag-access. Di rin na through Tacloban la. Kundi may da ka mo iyo usa na account, makaka-access ka mo na tanan nga mga databases na ang library, ang UP system, ang mabayad. So may dagad ako didi kuan kanang guidelines or ano. Kung ito yung pakihan na student, once nga ma-enroll ka mo, so amo itong dida. Kasi for now, wala pa ako update kung saan gihapon na kung human na ba yung kontrata ko na kay last June pala nagkaadahin meeting, consultation meeting liwatan mga librarians kung ano nga mga databases an isa-subscribe. Usually, di rin man latiya usa. So damo ito, may na Science Direct, may Open Athens, may Scopus, may EBSCO, may JSTOR, JLOR and Frances. May daghihapon para pag-check natin plagiarism and Turnitin ngayon ang plug scan. So, nabatong ko ba ang pakiana?
Yes, yes po. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ano lang, i-inform lang din namin yung lahat na na-raise na po to during the UTV Town Hall meeting. However, hindi po kami nakakuha ng inaasahan naming response kasi ang sabi lang po is ifa-follow up na lang daw po kasi yung pagkakaalam nila is nakipag-coordinate na sila for Tacloban pero baka at some point is napag-iwanan nila yung Tacloban when it comes to the mga database na ino-offer ng UP Visayas. So yun, we want to confirm lang sa part ng college if it is already available. Kasi meron talagang mga students daw na nagpa-pirate na lang from different internet sources for their research. Yes, Dean?
Yeah, on that part, as already explained by Ma'am Fumar, regarding our college librarian regarding access, we are now always included in all of the system meetings. In fact, in the meeting of the librarians that she mentioned, we were also represented. So it's just that we need to also get used to this, no, that hindi pwedeng we will be receiving the information second hand or third hand. We are a separate campus and we will have to insist all stakeholders, all levels, faculty, administration, and students should insist on representing the college directly and not receiving the information third hand. We are part of the system committees, even the meetings of the registrars. Our college secretary, Professor Irma Tan, sits in that meeting already. So, di rin nga mahulat pa kita hiton from the registrar of UPV. So, na-explain naman ni Ma'am atong librarian, we will have access, that is the assurance of the system. It's supposed to be a system provision. That's for all campuses and all students in all campuses.
Thank you po, Dean. So, I guess na bigyan po natin ng clarity na yung question na ito. So, again, I think we're ready to proceed to the next question.
So I think this is still related to the previous question. So will UP provide more membership subscriptions for students to access learning resource online? So aside po dun sa mga databases na nire-request sana ng students, there are actually also websites that require membership subscription. So will the college actually offer these membership subscriptions from these websites for the students during this distance learning or remote learning?
The databases actually include thousands of resources already to begin with, no? And also the subscription services that we are availing of are also actually subscriptions to multiple journals, for example. So if you are referring to that, then the answer is yes. But if this is referring to certain websites that students may be using, but which are not necessarily technically academic sites, no, or which are not part of the recognized academic resources that are already part of the regular subscription services, then the answer will be no. No, so we have to see what is meant specifically. But I can assure you that the subscriptions that the system are looking at is supposed to cover all of the disciplines all of the subjects that our degree programs cover.
So, okay po, I hope na-answer na rin po ito yung question na to. Again, if meron pa kayong mga follow-up questions, please don't hesitate to chat them dun sa ating chat box dito mismo sa Zoom, because your course representatives and moderators would be getting them and filtering them para ma-send din sa amin and ma-ask namin if hindi pa siya na-ask na question. So I hope for the part lang sa ating research is ayun, magkaroon ng access talaga yung mga students to different subscriptions and resources for the research. Especially na ang mangyayari mostly sa remote learning is more of self-paced learning, and yun. So yun po so far for the questions dun sa regarding the self-paced learning. So next naman po na category, that would be questions and concerns coming from the challenges when the home is the primary learning environment. So ito po yung unang question na gusto natin i-ask. Will spaces and services inside the university still be available for students while we are in remote learning? Example, library, dormitory, computer laboratories, web laboratories, yan. And even the internet connection. This is on the recognition that the problem on remote learning is not only the resources, but as well as the environment where the students learn. And some find it not conducive to learn in their homes. Will UP be still open for students even we are in a remote type of learning? So yung question na to is for the students na hindi talaga nakapag-aral ng mabuti on their homes, will they be allowed on a case-to-case basis na magstay sa UP and to avail with the resources, given that we will still follow yung ating quarantine protocols, yung safety protocols, and the pandemic protocols? So yun po yung question. I think this could be answered by OSA or the Dean or OCS or Guide Sync po.
Anyone among the officers of administration or here who would like to answer it first? Okay, I cannot see everyone, so I will just speak and then, yeah, ma'am, sino yun? Si Ma'am Ervina? Yes, okay.
Speak about dorms.
Okay.
Okay, so Nico, good afternoon, and good afternoon, students. During the town hall meeting, it was emphasized really that dorms will be closed for the first semester, simply because we are in an assumption is remote learning. So although we understand, according to VP Bautista, although we understand and concerns in here, which will also be addressed, no? And dorms talaga will be closed. Amo talaga amon an ako na receive nga kuan. Well, Nico and the others also were there. So I think nakabati kami hinihiya and what do you call this? Hand pronouncement ni VP Bautista that dormitories will be closed. So nabaton ba bagan na ito hiya part lang dorm na ako ma-answer.
Basically, in the campus is off limits until such time that students are allowed to, di ba kasi the current guidelines with regard to the community quarantine, iba-iba across the country, but then, you know, we are looking at the possibility that a second and a third lockdown might be imposed because of the increasing number of cases. So in fact, di ba, the current rules of government that are prevailing preclude, this may be unfair, no, but it precludes the being able to go out of people of a certain age, 21 and below and 60 and above. This is not necessarily a fair situation, but that's the fact, and we cannot be violating rules. That's one. Number two, so that's the bigger context. The second is, for as long as there is no clear protocol with regard to the prevention of infection, if we allow you on campus, there is always the risk that you will get sick. Di ba? So, in fact, even now, iton kami nga mga employees nga nasulod sa campus, we every day there is a risk that we will contract COVID. Kaya di man tiyan napili, kay bata kay lagas. So, so it's very difficult. Kasi what is the liability of the university if one of you gets sick? And then, as you know, it's a highly contagious disease. So the position with regard to the first semester is that instruction will be entirely remote because of this. So now, if instruction is remote, then it means that teaching and learning will not happen on campus. Now, we understand that the concern really is your access to facilities and the fact that homes are not necessarily conducive to learning. Ito nga problem, di relate to unique students, it's also unique to faculty. Their homes are not necessarily conducive to academic pursuits, no, and to teaching. But this is the situation we all find ourselves in. So any solution that we come up with has to take into account those givens. Okay, so for example, para ako diri to solution nga papasudlon ka mo nga diya campus, kay diri balit kita nagklase, di ba? So now, if the problem is that you need an environment that is conducive to learning, then the problem also that we need to understand is that you're really all over the region. In fact, some people are outside of this region, di ba? Some students. So we need to be able to find learning spaces for you that are accessible to you where you are. Okay, so this will involve, for example, working with local governments. So that, di ba, kung may da mga e-centers or community libraries, community study centers, nga pwede ma-provide iton learning, iton LGU, ito yung mga munisipyo, then add to iton dapat its students dapat may access. Okay, so those kinds of solutions we may be able to think of, no? Pero we have to be creative in our solutions and we have to expand our notion of space so that we have more options.
Okay, thank you, Dean. So I think nakapag-solicit naman din tayo ng tangible na response regarding this question. Like, kung hindi conducive yung learning sa ating mga bahay, we could tap the resources we have that is not geographically difficult, that is going to school. So ayan, tapping LGUs for examples or yung malapit dun sa atin. So ayan, I hope mabigyan talaga to ng solution because really sa namin sa student council and student representatives, maraming questions yung na-raise na similar to this. So meaning hindi lang to sir a few students yung nakakaranas ng ganitong problem. Like yung problema nila talaga being home as not conducive for learning and remote learning, for example. I-follow-up question ko na lang din po if tama ba yung narinig namin sa town hall meeting in which for the first semester, although it is remote learning, possible na mag-apply ang mga college units or colleges or departments ng exemption for the remote learning. That is, they could offer blended learning if kayanin siya ng situation.
Well, yes, that is on the table. They can try and seek an exemption at the CU level. So it will be the chancellor that will decide. But I can tell you that it will be a very brave chancellor who will allow the exception precisely because of the risks. So what is more feasible will probably be exemptions for research, for students who are doing research already, no? Di rin na ba ito yung klase? Kasi when you think about a class, you're really talking about a cohort, right? Several people. Okay, so that is not that kind, and then masaring kita nga, we will do blended learning for this class. Kaya ano't difference ito nga klase at ibang nga klase? Okay, baman kung laboratory class ito hiya, it advised talaga amon, and we are in fact very busy doing it, is to really redesign our programs, dili balik courses. No, we have to, before we redesign our courses for remote delivery, we need to redesign the program so that if necessary, for example, we can deload students. So for example, kikita namon itong adat EU program of study, kung it first semester, it iyo for your year level, ito naka-indicate 21 units. Bagan, given that you have to study at home, okay, and without the access to all of these facilities, and your working environment is not very conducive, so we are already thinking nga diri siguro dapat mag full load. Iga-adjust itong curriculum so that it first semester naton, which is entirely remote, okay, will be less it iya coverage. Tapos ito-transfer ta it ibang nga courses nga diri ma-offer yan nga first sem to the second sem and the mid-year. But of course, we're not even sure yet about the second sem. We are hoping that the second sem will allow for at least blended, no, for courses. Pero so therefore, it exception la talaga hit first sem is going to be ito nga if you're doing your thesis already and you need access to the laboratory, so that can be arranged. May dato mga protocols that the laboratory can put in place to ensure that all of the public health guidelines are observed. Of course, on the part of the student, it also really means for weighing the risks for yourself, diba? Kung ikaw ito nga nagtitesis, your fourth year, ano man, may da ka maukyan, kain ka maukoy. Ngayon mo maukyan, safe ito hiya. Ano man ito mo travel from your home to that place. Okay, so ito nga di ba, kami we can assure the safety on our end maybe up to a point. Okay, but we are all members of communities. And that part we cannot control. So iton guidelines for exemption are going to be have to be really well thought out. And it will really be on a case-to-case basis. And as I said, it will not be for regular courses. It will have to, when we say case-to-case, we mean actual individuals.
Okay po, thank you, Dean. For those students na nag-ask regarding their laboratory courses, their research courses, siguro mas may expound pa siya mamaya kasi merong question specific for that. So I think we'll move on muna sa ating next question. I hope the previous question was answered. Our next question is, in blended learning, or if courses will allow students to report physically in UP, for example, laboratory courses, research, etc., will students that live far from the university be given a special pass in quarantine borders, since some of these borders only allow the passage of essential workers?
Mo to takarusig nun, di ba? That's just what I just said. That is why there will be no exception. That is why in the first semester, there will be no blended learning. Because of this precisely. This question just explains what I was trying to highlight kanina. Okay?
I think yung response to this is already included kanina sa ating previous question, since magkadikit lang sila na question. Now, for the next din na part ng questions and concerns is regarding the effect of digital divide on the academic performance and quality of learning. So yung first question natin is, mentioned na po many times na hindi internet dependent ang mangyayari na learning next sem. Pero parang vague pa po sa amin yung plans for remote learning that is not internet dependent. How can we ensure that every student has the same chance of learning? Will course packs be designed in varying ways to fit with the varying condition and resources of the students? So yun po yung question.
Do any of my colleagues want to respond? I cannot see everyone, so I'm not sure. If I can speak, but then if anybody would like to add, please feel free to add.
Okay. May response po si Professor Tan.
Okay, good.
May I just share with you that, as has been mentioned by the Dean, I have been in several meetings with the university registrars of the across the UP system, and one of the discussions that we had in the last meeting that we had last Tuesday is for the colleges to conduct a survey on the readiness of students for the first semester, readiness in terms of access to the internet, for example, which will really tell us the kind of course packs that we will be preparing for our students.
In fact, one question that should be included in the survey is, will the student actually enroll in the first semester? So I think that if once we are able to conduct that survey, which I think we will do, kasi we did a similar one before the lockdown, if you remember, that will give us a clearer picture of the level of readiness of our students. Kasi before the lockdown, we were all shocked into it, di ba? Parang, and we did the survey prior to students going home. So while students were still here, parang ang lakas pa ng loob, yes, we can do it. And then finally you realize when you reach your homes na, ay hindi pala kaya ng internet. Because that also happened to me. If you see the results of the survey that I conducted with my own students in Com10, I was so hopeful that they will all make it. And finally, at the end of the semester, I find out that almost 20 of my 60 students were not able to submit the adjusted course requirements. That is very sad kasi di ba nagbabago naman talaga. While you're still here, you have a different imagination of the kind of life that you have, di ba, at home with regards to your learning environment. Magkaiba naman kasi yon. So maybe in the new survey that we will do, clearer ng konti compared to the last survey that we did. So I don't know if I think it has already been mentioned by the dean that the faculty will be preparing course packs. Hindi naman kailangan lahat heavily reliant on the internet, because if kailangan ng mga printed materials, then we will give the hard copy of the lessons, and then pwede rin namang thumb drive. Hindi kailangan ng internet. So pwedeng sagutan kahit walang internet. Kailangan lang siguro ng gadget. So we just have to make certain adjustments, and I think one of the, and which has been repeatedly said in the many meetings that we have attended with regard to the preparation for this academic year, is that one of the values that we really have to develop kung wala pa tayo nun is flexibility. Lahat naman tayo affected by the pandemic. Even your faculty members, your teachers are also experiencing a certain degree of difficulty. Naintindihan namin yon. It's just that we just have to allow a certain degree of what do you call that, tolerance. Kung if there were certain weaknesses in how we ended the second semester, kasi lahat naman tayo hindi ready for that. I myself was not ready for that. I was telling the dean, kasi naman din hindi namin alam yung mga ganyan na mga remote learning. So even the faculty members are in the process of adjustment. And at this point, ang masasabi ko lang is talaga is for all of us to have that degree of flexibility and a certain degree of generosity, of understanding if there are weaknesses, and along the way we keep on improving. Yun lang.
Thank you, Professor Tan. I-reiterate ko lang yung nabanggit natin na response doon is before or prior to the start of the academic year, magkakandak ang college ng survey sa mga estudyante regarding their readiness, or a survey that will actually assess their readiness for the next academic year. And with that,
Nico, can I add? Oo.
Yes, Dean?
Yeah, kasi yung tanong dito, paano daw makakatake ng survey yung mga students na walang internet connection? That's a valid question. So we need to be able to, kanina nag-mention na kamo, di ba? And we realized that actually in the second semester nga, what happened kasi also with the second semester is interesting, no? Because everybody was on lockdown, including adults who normally would go to the office, to their workplaces, we were all of us accessing the networks using our phones. So before the lockdown, we could still do that. Nakaka-access pa kitahin relatively pero tungod nga everybody was using the mobile networks, di ba? Bagay nag-bottleneck ito dida. So nag-slow talaga. In fact, almost came to a standstill na ang connection, no? So amo to usa nga problema. Hopefully we are also raising pala the question of the question of connectivity really. Kaya real solution talaga ito is for IT services throughout the country to be improved, di ba? By government and by private providers, by telecoms providers. So to address this particular concern, so basically itong paghimot survey, we have to make sure, we are very conscious of that. We have to try and make sure nga all students can respond. Okay. Now, there are some students who can respond to online surveys. There are others who cannot. For those others who cannot, we may have to actually call them. Diba? Call them and say nga, okay, wala ka pa man babaton, duha na ni kasimana, or usa na ni kasimana nga survey, can I just do the survey over the phone with you? Okay, so these are the questions. One, so we will take down the answer. Okay, the other is, pwede gapito, you can answer the survey by proxy. I think kirani ko familiar hini kay didahan after the lockdown, mga 2 weeks after the lockdown or 1 week, nagpa-survey in lead adto ni Professor Romero, diba nga it was a survey where we were trying to find out where you were, where the students were, kay we were afraid na some of you were stranded. Okay, so balin ginlolocate ka mo namon. So aniya ginbuhat adto nga survey, pwede iya answeran by proxy. So some people who knew the whereabouts of their classmates could answer the survey on their behalf. So nakikitaan man ito didtohan survey nga ini gin-answer ini by the same person. So we assume nga ito nga tawo nga iya gina-answeran for karusig non waray access adto nga bata. Diba? Kaya man nga may iba nga estudyante nga na-respond for him or her. So we made those assumptions. So amo ito nga we actually have a figure for the number of students who may not have their own devices, their own laptops, their own desktops. So amo to nga may da kami ginta target nga number in terms of the tech pack, di ba, that we would like to solicit and to be able to provide to everybody. May dagyap unta plan hiraan mga computer managers naton, hira Professor Daga nag-mention hira nga ano daw lakon instead of kay dili man kamo pwede kumadya campus ano daw la kung pwede namon ipahuram ha iyo iton mga computers nga adat lab. We would like to certainly, however, the problem is really getting it to you. Plus, there are very strict government rules about government property, so we have to figure this out. Kung diri ito pwede, we are still not, giving up on the idea. I mean, I can tell you that much. We're not giving up on the idea, but if we really cannot do it, then we will have to do the tech pack thing, di ba nga? Bisanit system has already announced that. Tapos inila to get back lang to this main question about the course packs. Ganito yan. A course pack is, as I said already in my presentation kanina, composed of all of the learning resources for the subject. Arranged by topic, all of the activity guides, etc. For those who can access the virtual classroom, the course pack will therefore be online. Okay? Now, for those others who cannot, they will be mailed to you, okay, in hard copy format, as mentioned by Professor Tan. Or if you are one of those students nga may adaman kalugaringon laptop or desktop, then it imo ma-receive, but you have poor connectivity, okay? So it imo ma-receive will be the course pack packaged in a thumb drive, in a stick, di ba? So para ipa-plug in mo nala and you can Of course, that doesn't solve the interactivity part, right? Kay syempre may daka-anxiety agi direct makakaapi hiton discussion forum. Kung may ada discussion forum. So but our faculty we are training faculty to make sure nga differentiated ba? Kasi what can you do? Kung estudyante talaga diri makaka-log into the virtual classroom, diri ito pwede nga makakairohiya, di ba? Nga diri makaka-api. So there must be a way of enabling that student to participate, including by calling you, ano team answer? Di ba? You want to submit your answer via orally or things like that. So ito yung a process, it takes time. So right now we are spending the next 2 months just doing this kind of redesign. No? It cannot be done very quickly. But all I can assure you is that we are the first. I mean, an iyo kanina reklamo han second sem nga nasa rin kamo nga may da mga teachers nga waray consideration na expect in only one way of doing things and then everybody has to follow. Syempre, as Professor Tan has already said, those professors are not also used to teaching remotely. Of course, we have never done this before. I'm used to it because I come from the UP Open University. Pero most of us in UP Tacloban, di ba, di man kita kasi sugadit, kinahanglan mabaruhin sugadito. So everybody is a newbie. Even your professors are newbies. Okay, so bispeto nila ano kakarit ira subject matter, ini nga mode of delivery is different. So mauped tong iyong mga suggestions nga kinahanglan, you will differentiate, you will think about all of the groups of students that you have. And yes, we are echoing that same advice to everybody, and there will be a review process where people's course packs, kay kanina may nag-comment, di ba nga may mga course pack kuno nga waray nga ni sulod. Mula ini kay diri man adto hiya well prepared. Okay, diri man waray man adto, di ba, ora-orada man adtong pag-suspend. Yan nga first sem, hopefully may improvement. Kay we are trying to prepare talaga up to a certain standard. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Tan and Dean Arinto, for that very bet na answer po. So, yun, siguro I think kasi mamaya sa questions is may similar din na question na, I mean, may question din dito na nasagot na kanina sa previous answer. So, ayun, we could skip that part. Regarding on the, for example, on the survey na part, kung ano siyang type of survey. So for the survey na part, hindi lang siya online yung mangyayari, is that ika-craft siya in such a way na lahat ng students ay maaabot at ma-assess yung kanilang learning capacity for the next semester. And also for the course packs naman, ang faculty and administration right now is trying their best to make the course packs as flexible as possible to all students across varying conditions and resources. So, yun, siguro sa part ng students na lang is that yung main point ng siguro ng students is gusto nilang tawag doon gusto nila ng support from the administration and the faculty to ensure na lahat ng students ay ma-assess yung capacity. Tapos, with that capacity nila to perform remote learning, is that makaka-avail pa rin sila ng quality and accessible education regardless of their circumstances. So parang yun siguro yung ating summary for this question. Yes, Professor Yi.
No, wala. Na ano ko lang, napindot. Sorry.
Oh. Sorry, sir. So, okay, our next question.
So the next concern, the administration already launched a donation drive and fund drive for the tech packs that can be used by students who need gadgets and technologies to participate in remote learning. We support this project and thank the administration for this big help. We would like to ask if who will receive the tech packs and what are the inclusions of the tech packs? When is the planned distribution?
I think Dean Arinto could answer this.
Okay. Yeah, we are okay. Kasi this will be depending on the need. What we really want is to be able to provide laptops, no, to students who do not have their own computer. Okay. But there are other students naman nga may adahira kalugaringon device pero waray hira very good connectivity. So part of the tech pack ought to be internet sticks, di ba? Or even load for to be able to connect, no? Itiba ito so yeah, basically those are the two things, but and also maybe other peripherals like if you need headsets, di ba? Instead of kuan. So depende ito provision na iya will depend nga on what we find out from the survey in terms of what people actually have and what do they need. So the planned distribution, well, we hope that we can send just before the start of the semester, maybe together with the course packs para usa lang pagpadara para hit nanginginahanglan. But we will have to prioritize, I have to say, iton aton talaga priority, iton talagang waray hira kalugaringon learning tools, no? So ang iba nga may ada tapos kulang la, so we will have to you will not be the first priority. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Dean. So with also this initiative na mag-distribute ng tech packs to students who are really needing these tawag doon, help. So siguro sa students din, encouragement to na i-share natin, tumulong tayo sa pag-reach out ng more people who could be potential na sponsors and donors for this project. Kasi para dito sa atin. So,
thank you, Nico. Yes.
Okay, next na question. How will quizzes and examinations be conducted or facilitated if the students differ in availability of resources? Siguro this question is posed under the assumption na on our typical or traditional na face-to-face classes, meron tayong same set of assessments na ginagawa for all students, like same type of exam, the yung time na binibigay for the exam period. Yung concern nila is that paano siya ibibigay sa mga students if iba-iba yung kanilang resources and ways sa pag-accept ng mga exams. And also at the same time, paano may ensure na magiging fair yung pag-evaluate dun sa performance ng students.
I don't know if you will be comforted or not by the fact that this is also a question that the faculty are asking. So, as in, like this is a universal question, it seems. Kaya mga faculty liwat, iraliwat talaga worry nga, paano na ipag-assess? Paano kami mag-exam? Kaya di ba, kung may kita mga long exam, may mga final exam, how is that going to be done? Nga also kuno nga to avoid cheating, to ensure that the students are the ones who are really taking the exam, etc. Well, my answer to the faculty, and I don't know if it will be an answer to the students, my answer to the faculty who are the ones who are designing these assessments is that you will need to design, okay, exams that you will be able to administer in various ways. No? So for those who can access the online version of the exam, then in the virtual classroom on the learning management system or LMS, then that is the modality. Okay, but for those who cannot access the LMS, you will have to be ready. The you here is the faculty. The faculty has to be ready to be able to administer an exam. It may not necessarily be exactly the same exam with the exact same questions, provided the questions are equivalent, di ba? And provided they are hitting the same learning outcomes, okay, the faculty will have to administer that different exam. So for example, pwede ka magpa-oral exam, tatawagan mo estudyante, then it becomes an oral exam, di ba? O ano man itim answer, hini. Or pwede liwat nga bagahin take-home exam. Ipapadara mo it question sa iya, tapos imbis nga aadto ya dito LMS baton or ma-answer it exam, he or she will write his or her answers and submit within a certain time, di ba? By writing on a piece of paper, taking a photo of it, using their phone, and then sending it somehow, or something like that. Anyway, let's not get lost in the details. The point being that much will depend on the type of assessment. Amo ito nga gini-encourage liwat namon it faculty to think not only of traditional assessment like exams, but also authentic assessment, no, other types of performance-based assessment. Number two, developing the capacity of students to assess themselves, their own learning. Kanina may daka mo ito reklamo nga dapat ang tama adto nga yung comment and about the second sem ba, nga dapat diri it focus sila iton output, iton the work itself, but also the process, you know, the learning process. Kung may dabayan na sabtan kay bangin na comply lahat requirement. So amo itot authentic assessment, kikita mo itot process, and in fact amo itot mas interest. If they went through the process and what did they learn from it and so on. No? So there's a whole range of this is not new territory. It's just that some people need to expand their repertoire of assessment, of assessing student learning. Now, on the part of students, we understand that assessment for you, and especially traditional assessment, is always a cause for grave anxiety. Okay, labi na kung exam. So yeah, I think that teachers know that. That's the other thing. No, you might differ, you might disagree with how your teachers are doing something, but you also have to understand na, you know, there is a method to the madness, as Shakespeare would say. There are certain principles that have to be observed. And what is really important is transparency. Diba? Nga nakakaintindi kung kamo kung kay ano inigin bubuhat. So kinahanglan gini-explain. So, yeah, the general latakma answer right now, we are certainly working with faculty so that they can address this concern.
Thank you, Dean. I hope na okay na yung answer na doon. And okay, we'll proceed to the next question.
So the next question is, subscribing to internet promos is costly. Is there any support from the college for students who cannot afford internet connectivity? So I think this is aside from the tech pack that will be provided by the college. So is there any like financial aid given to the students since they have to subscribe to different internet promos and some of them are actually costly for them?
For example, students who are living in the urban na mga places in which meron namang readily accessible na connections. However, yun nga lang, kailangan nilang mag-spend for the internet connection and the services. So, meron po ba tayong specific na program for this?
Ma'am Urbina, can you mention if this was mentioned during by the VP for Student Affairs?
Regarding Dean Hankuan.
And ano to, may mga provision for support and financial assistance nga ni for ano, I'm trying to find the slide. Pero di ba bagahin mga internet allowance?
Yes,
Pwede to?
mention if I remember correctly, Nico, correct me if I'm wrong. If I remember it right, may na-mention dito about dito, just like the faculty, nga matatagahin ang mga students, may gihapon. But I think for those talaga nga who may need, kay di rin man ito nga tanan, what call this, manginginahanglan talagahin in financial assistance to some extent. So, sugad. Amo lang na ako na-remember kan.
Angaran, oo. I remember, Adina, nakakita na ako. The name, if you remember, is Learning Assistance Grant. Okay, that it is a key program. It's a new program to support academic instruction. It's called Learning Assistance Grant. Aid for students in need of equipment and subsidy for connectivity services. Okay, so not just the equipment, but subsidy for connectivity services. So usag yapito, we can really part ito actually itong fund drive for the tech pack, di ba? Bagay not all of the funds will necessarily go to devices. Some of the funds can be used so that we can provide this lab. Okay, but that's just us. It's system talaga, magkakaada talaga yan provision. So bagay supplementary la ini nga effort to the system effort.
I-insert ko na lang po yung isang recommendation or concern from a student regarding this kasi baka makalimutan namin itakal mamaya. Regarding on the assessment din sa capacity daw ng students. If aside from the survey is magre-refer din daw ang college dun sa kanila based sa kanilang mga inputs dun sa kanilang CRS account.
Yeah.
Sinasuggest nila na magkaroon ng time na makapag-change or makapagbago ng inputs yung mga students on their CRS account kasi nagbago na yung kanilang economic conditions upon the pandemic kasi maraming parents or relatives or yung nag-support sa kanila na wala ng trabaho and etc. due to lockdown restrictions to mobility. So yun po ang isang recommendation na student na nabanggit nila kahapon.
Okay.
So for the next question, most students who have faulty internet connection rely on module packages since they can't download resources online. Does this mean that they will lag behind? Siguro na-answer na to kanina regarding dun sa pag-craft ng course packs in such a way that it will tackle the varying conditions of the students and they're also with their resources. So ayun, the faculty is already brainstorming on how to do this and ayun, sige, support tayo mga students. For the next question, nasa bagong category na tayo. Regarding the socioeconomic circumstances of students' household and its effect on learning. So ayan, ang first question dito.
So what are the requirements for a student to qualify for financial aid and other similar programs that are being offered by the college? Will UP be lesser strict on the SFA application since most of the students are financially incapacitated due to the economic impacts of COVID-19? So kanina nasabi na natin na there will be financial aid to be offered to the students. So we would just like to clarify po, especially to the ASA coordinator, what are the requirements na pwedeng hingin sa mga students for this for the application. And also we are actually expecting a bigger number of applicants for the SFA application since most of the students parents are actually cannot go to their work or are not paid during this situation.
Okay, so thank you. For basically ginwave na ang scholastic requirement for ST or socialized tuition for first semester. So for an aton mga FDS diri hira mahadlok because of this particular tawag ini nga provision. So an aton lay ni dapat hunahunahon is that wala pa kasi schedule for this. So students kinahanglan ma-check la ka mo online ha SFA naton nga kuan and website nga nihan SFA Student Financial Assistance. Tapos in terms naman han ano pa niyo pakaan financial aid siguro ang services na lata kon ma-answer no nga makakabulig gyapon ang ato students. Remember may dakita SA student assistant for student assistant nga ma-apply. So padayon inihiya nga aton program only that since remote learning na kita, so even before actually COVID-19 may din na kami initial talks with the TLRC no nga magkakaadan peer tutors. So naisip namon nga why not another mga SAs since they cannot come to the campus no nga na-serve nga nila different offices, they will serve as peer tutors. So in that way, may dalagi hapon here at least, no? May dalagi hapon mabubuligan gihapon na natin mga students. So usa ito hiya nga program, no? Nga ato nakikita and we will really ipapadayon natin iti hiya. Ibalaan ko anhan mga SAs naton maghihimo kitan guidelines also for that. Pero ada pa man na ito nga program, no? So we have that. Ano pa ba?
Regarding din po sa ma'am sa SFA application, concern din po ng mga students is that kailangan niyang mag-online para makapag-file or maka-view ng details regarding sa SFA na page. Meron po ba dong tawag doon any na initiative or plan po na gawin yung OSA or yung college to reach those students who can't access online? Para masali sila dun sa possible na application for SFA.
We can do that. In fact, ang staff and OSAP, pirmi man ito hira in contact with our students, either by phone, di ba na message ka mo ha, OSA, always ito available ko. I need to check ito every day, no? So these things available for you. So you just need to to message us, no? Contact us through email, through FB page. And then Lorna, permit niya nagpo-post. And di ba nayakan ka mo kanina, mas accessible ang FB page or messenger. Then we can do that also, no? Para mabuligan ka mo ang iyong mga concerns. If, forget. Na-answer ang question?
Thank you po, Dr. Spina. So, paano dito, ipapackage lang po namin yung panawagan ng mga students na maging lesser strict dun sa SFA application. At the same time din, mas palawakin pa yung different programs and services natin that will help the financially incapacitated na mga student. Especially ngayon sa pandemic na mas marami yung mga estudyante na kailangan talaga ng financial assistance. So that is also opening to many scholarship grants kung possible in connection with the Office of Student Affairs para mas malaman ng mga students yung pwedeng gawin nila on their part din na maka-facilitate efficiently at maka-attend dun sa remote learning. No, walang problems on the financial and economic part especially. So ang ating next question po is regarding po ito sa tech packs. Considering that classes will resume this September, does it mean that by August, laptops will already be available for distribution to underprivileged students? When will be the target date of distribution of these gadgets?
Sige, I will test you. Ano man, anak ba to nito kanina? Sige daw. Do you remember?
Do you remember, Verna?
Kasi rin ako nga, we will certainly make them available together with the course packs, no, just before the semester starts. Okay? Kay para usala kapag padara. Oo. Okay.
And also again, for the students, tulungan din natin ang administration to really to reach to more people. Mga kilala natin na mayayaman, ganito ganyan. So, yun. Para mas marami tayong sponsors and donors for the tech packs. Okay, next question tayo.
Nico, can I just second that? If we can request the student organizations, especially if you can campaign with your alumni, diba, who are already well established, that will be really good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dean. So next question natin, for students not anymore qualified under the free tuition policy, will they still pay tuition and other school fees despite their economic situation and the fact that we are in remote learning? So, ayun, I think this is also an important question, especially sa mga hindi na eligible for the free tuition policy. So the RA 10931. Would they still be required to pay tuition and other school fees for the next academic year, or hindi na? Kasi remote learning naman tayo at hindi tayo gamit ng facilities ng UP.
Ma'am Irma, do you want to?
That's far, yeah. Personally, I do understand your concern. It's a very legitimate concern. But thus far, we have not received any instruction with regard to the suspension of payment for students who do not anymore qualify for free tuition. But definitely, I can express this concern in the last meeting that we will have this coming Tuesday.
Okay,
kasi
so
nandoon yung AVPAA, siya yung preside ng meeting na yun. So maybe we can sound off that particular concern already.
Thank you, Professor Tan. So ang ating response po dito is that ipa-follow up natin soon kung ano yung ating ano yung magiging tugon regarding sa free tuition policy for those students na hindi na eligible according to the current policy na meron tayo. Pero tawag doon, ipapaabot na lang din namin yung panawagan ng students na hopefully for the free tuition policy is ma-waive din siya together with the collection of other school fees. Especially na maraming students yung nahihirapan ngayon with the economic fragile na meron, the fragile economy na meron tayo. So ayun, for the next question.
So will students be required to pay their accountabilities from the previous semester before enrolling for next academic year? Is it possible to waive accountabilities in consideration of the current situation of the students? So we know na before enrollment, hindi talaga pwedeng makapag-enroll as long as hindi mo pa masettle yung accountabilities. So for example, sa LRC, so will the admin allow the students to enroll or proceed to their to the enrollment process given that they have incurred their accountabilities from the previous semester?
Ang nakikita ko lang dyan na possibility is that, I don't know how the dean is going to decide on this, pero ang nakikita ko lang kasi na possibility, because we too are guided by COA rules, right? So if it's an accountability, then it stays as an accountability. Ang nakikita ko lang dyan is probably to override it in the first semester, so that kung hindi ka pa naman graduate, pwedeng nandyan lang yung accountability mo, and when things get better, you can pay for it already. So kasi if money is still very tight, for example, in the coming first semester, pwede siyang i-override siguro muna in the meantime, but I cannot say na hindi na siya babayaran. But it's still there. Kaya lang para bang parang nag-waiver ka lang for the first semester. But to say that hindi na totally magbabayad, I don't think anybody here in the college is in a position to say that kasi we are all guided by government rules.
So, follow-up question lang, Professor Tan. So, there are actually graduating students who are asking if when is the deadline for settling their accountabilities, because this might affect actually our graduation process, our processing the certain requirements for the upcoming board exam or application for a job.
Graduating when? In the first semester?
Yes, second semester, like second semester 2019-2020.
This second semester? Siguro hanggang mag-clearance kayo.
Kapag nag-clearance na.
So ito pong question na to, marami tayong follow-up na questions din concerning also other offices. Yung natakol po ni Professor Tan is on the general na for the entire students na yung mga LRC na accountabilities, for example, yung other natin na mga payments pa, yung mga loans existing na possible na for this pandemic na time, while we are all struggling din, coupled with the remote learning, na possible na withhold muna yung pag-settle natin ng accountabilities. Now, for this question, will be posed specifically to the college librarian. If what will happen dun sa mga accountabilities naman on the borrowed books na hiniram nila from the library, okay, nag-stop na rin po ba yung collection ng fines upon the suspension of classes? Kasi hindi nila ma-return since bawal na naman pumasok sa UP.
Yung sa mga books, nung mag-start yung suspension ng classes, March 13 ba yun?
Yes po.
So walang fines na kinokollect hanggang July 15. Kasi hanggang under quarantine, hindi naman kayo pwedeng magsauli ng book in person, di ba? Hindi rin kami magko-collect ng fines. So for the meantime, yung books nasa sa inyo. Pero kung gusto niyong maisauli na yung books, yung adult in your household, yung magsasauli, hindi kayo mismo. Meron kaming sinasabing book drop box na nasa guardhouse, doon nyo i-drop yung book. So, chine-check yun every day. So, hindi kayo personally yung pupunta doon dahil bawal kayong lumabas ng mga bahay, di ba? So, yung adult na lang. Sagot ko ba?
Thank you po, Ma'am Florabel, for the answer regarding on the library accountability. So meaning, i-reiterate mo lang din, nag-stop po ang collection of fines starting dun sa March 13 na na-suspend yung classes. And then it is, the suspension is until July 15 or di kaya until a indefinite pa na time hanggang hindi pa allowed yung pag-report sa UP Tacloban. So, yun. Ito naman na question is for DNSM. Andito po ba si Dr. Casas regarding the Gen Lab accountabilities naman po, since ang pag-settle ng accountabilities ay hindi financial or money na part. That is really replacing yung mga nabasag or nasira na mga laboratory equipment. Paano po i-settle yung accountability? Or like the general, naka-suspend muna yung pag-settle ng accountabilities, and they will be allowed to enroll even if meron pa silang existing accountabilities.
Yes, here on the behalf of the DNSM, am I clear? My internet signal is intermittent. We can abide by the policy of the college. If the college would say that we can suspend the payment, then we will do so. For those items that need to be replaced, we will require replacement when students are able to go to the campus. Meanwhile, we can proceed with the processing of the enrollment. I-waive muna siya, but we will later on collect when the time allows. Thank you.
So, ayan, thank you, Dr. Casas. And for the bias students din na dito, we have or meron Facebook account ang Gen Lab. Also, kindly add friend them and they will post updates na rin regarding for the general laboratory ng mga concerns. This question naman, related pa rin, pero post na po siya dun sa ating OSA coordinator, Dr. Espina, regarding po to sa dormitories. Hanggang kailan daw po ba or hanggang what month yung kanilang bayarin sa dormitory? And also, for those na nag-advance payment na for the entire semester, magkakaroon po ba sila ng refund sa mga months na nasuspend yung classes at hindi sila nag-take or hindi sila tumira doon sa dormitory?
Thank you, Nico, for that wonderful question. Balit na baton ko na ito yesterday. Gin ko na ito gin baton na ito na answer na ito yesterday, Professor Formon texted me about a particular concern of dormers. So, and kwan talaga is may mga student, actually student usala, kaya clarify ko talaga, give me a list of those student dormers nga nagbayad talaga yung entire SEM. So kagabi and message siya ako ni Professor Formon is that usala hiya. So na kuan ko nagyap ito hiya aton accountant kan Ma'am Karen i-refund hiya. So ang i-refund hiya is April and May. Kay walay man din yan aton students na. So April and May ma-refund and I forgot her name basta usala ini nga estudyante so far. Ma-refund hiya but ang gin-emphasize talaga ni Ma'am Karen is that we need the original receipt because of again anya kani Professor Tan because of COA rules. So kinahanglan an original ano. And in terms naman han pagbayad han what you call this han dorm March man kita ano, so March kita nag-end. So until March an aton babayadan. With regard, add ko na lang, although waray ini napakiana, with regard naman han pagbayad, maaram na ang mga dormers kay I already talked to Professor Formon han process since according again han aton cash office, kinahanglan halan bank. So far limited kita yan, so halan bank talaga mag so pwede gyap hiya through I think na mention gyap ini hiya through GCash mabayad ka halan bank. Tama ba ito, Ma'am Irma?
Pwede. It's a possibility. Pwede.
Pwede hiya, GCash, as nga tahalan bank. So, ito hiya nga mga
modes
process, okay, or mode of payment. So, nabaton?
Yes po, ma'am. Ay, sorry po. Ano po kami sa keyboard.
Thank you.
So, bale, for the dormitory na part is marirefund yung from April to May. So, meaning that means babayaran is yung from January to March. Dr. Spina, pwede din po ba ang request ng mga students, is it possible na ma-include na lang sa refund is yung pati din yung March since hindi naman nila whole month na occupy ng dorm for the month of March. At saka yung babayaran na lang nila sana is January to February kasi kahit na small amount lang para sa iba yung for the month of March, pang load wallet na rin yun to comply with their requirements for the next academic year.
Okay. Hindi pa ako maka-answer yan pero I will confer with the accountant. Pero kung ako like I think ay kutugman kita, di ba, March 15, o March 13. So, kita unta kung ano ito hope ipa-follow up ko lang didilani ako so just ask me siguro mga next week about that para ma-clarify natin niya. Okay la ba?
Okay po.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you po. Sa mga dormers po, ipa-follow up na lang po and then the student council will also solicit the response at as soon as possible time from the Office of the Student Affairs nila. We will contact Dr. Spina from time to time. Ngayon, for the general na lang din na follow-up question for this one, post din to sa College Secretary, Professor Tan. Ano po yung gagawin ng mga students to comply with their accountabilities? Tama po ba yun na i-email na lang yung mga concerned offices to solicit response from them? Like for example, kapag sa mga bayarin dun sa OCS na part, i-email na lang yung OCS. Kapag dun sa library na part, library naman.
Yes.
Ayan. So for the benefit na rin din ng everyone, i-compile na lang din ng Student Council lahat ng mga email address ng mga concerned offices so that magkakaroon kayo ng copy nila para mas madali sa inyo makapag-email sa mga offices. And they are responsive kasi nag-email kami sa kanila. So, okay, we'll proceed to the next question. Next category, impact of the shift to a remote mode of learning on mental health and well-being. So, more of concern ko sa mga mental health awareness natin ng mga programs. amid the pandemic. So ang first question dito is that
how will students that don't have access to the internet access these student support programs, especially help desk and the mental health program? So I think this is to be raised to the OSA coordinator, the OSA Espina. So paano daw po nila makakontak? For example, si Ma'am Rhea, if they need some guidance during this pandemic kasi aside lang doon sa academic requirements na na focus sana nila is meron din silang kinakaharap na personal problem. So how can they contact OSA for this?
Okay, so itakon ba tuniton kuan, di ba kay na-focus kasi kita nga internet access tanan. So nangangalimot kita nga we also have our cell phones to call. So it aton guidance counselor, may na kami in place nga number, no? In the process pa kasi namon niya naging kukuha ng guidelines. So nagkuha na kami, may da talaga kami telephone number or bagan hotline for those who would want, no, to talk to our guidance counselor. So basically pwede, and I remember nga ni Dean about kung for example diri nakaka-access but they have their cell phones, pwede hira maka-text kay Ma'am Rhea, and then Ma'am Rhea will call them. I will also call them kung diri Ma'am Rhea available. I can always help them, and in fact the psych faculty also gin-ask ko na ito an era consent mabulig hira hininga what call this hininga kuan hiton OSA. Siguro igyayakan ko na lagi hapon, no, Nico, na remember in the presentation may dahiya mga bag-o nga mga programs and student affairs system. So usahin ni Dan yung gina-emphasize ang student wellness system and networks, and student help desk and guidance. So na fall inihiya nga iyo question actually. So again, it aton guidance counselor very busy ito yan nga pagkuanhan parahan mga Google Forms for those who will be able to access the internet, and on cellphone number namon, and may Facebook mag-create ito yan Facebook what call this group para liwat for those who will be able to access the FB. So damo it amon ginuhuna-hunaan nga mga activities. No, an amon la siguro what you call this, an amon la request sa EU is to seek our help. Kumbaga, adi what call this, an FB page also. So you really have to tawagin ni to contact us in any form. So aada available it amon kuan anytime, madali la kami mo-contact ka OSA. Kay always kami ito nag-storya, so paano namon ma-i-deliver ha iyo ang mga services. So also ang peer counselors, nangangalimot kita nga we have the peer counselors, right? So ang peer counselors dako iniya na itira bulig, magiging bulig or magiging what call this? Kuan na hiniya ng aton setup. So you can always no ask their help. Kaya itaton mga peer counselors in fact, no, mga active man in gyapira social media. So madali, I know madali yung pag-contactan mga peer counselors, tama? So please do ask the help of the peer counselors. Kay mga peer counselors madali liwat ito hira makakuan nga diha OSA. So that's one. Tapos ano pa ba niyo pakiana? O nabaton na. Kay daw patakbo si share pero ito lang ni ada. Okay,
so for the okay na po ba yun, Dr. Spina?
Yeah, ito lang ni ada. Okay, nabaton na ang pakiana.
Yes po, yes po.
Okay,
so gagawin na lang din sa part namin as student council is to tawag doon, help din the students know din yung mga contact numbers na pwede nilang tawagan or i-contact anytime. For example, the peer counselors, also yung OSA support na group, if they have any problems or if they want to, if they need help or kausap like that.
Yes, you also have our directory, gid-post na ito sa FB page. So I think nakakita na kamo. So more damo pa amon ikukuan, no, para more pa kami maka-reach mga students. Thank you.
Yan po. Sige. Thank you, Dr. Spina. So kung meron pa dito mga students na hindi rin member ng UPVTC OSA group page, meron po you could be a member there para mas ma-update tayo sa mga announcements na binibigay ng OSA. So next question natin is, pinag-iisipan ng ibang students na mag-LOA na lang muna because they find remote learning will take a toll to their mental health, especially that they are already struggling with various personal issues. Is there a better way to address this issue other than letting students wait for things to normalize, which is uncertain? So siguro yung question na to is for general na rin. Pwedeng sa OSA coordinator, pwedeng sa administration na part since may LOA, at sa other than ng mga concerned offices. Yes, Professor Tan.
The good thing about filing for, if by any chance, hindi talaga maiwasan that the student cannot enroll for whatever reason in the coming first semester, the good thing about officially filing for leave of absence is that that particular semester or semesters where you filed for LOA will not be counted in the number of years of residency here in the college. Diba? So for example, you are filing your degree program is made up of 4 years, diba? And then you're allowed a maximum of 6 years to finish the degree. Now, if by any chance hindi ka nag-LOA, you did not apply for LOA, at nagtagal yung leave mo without officially filing for leave, all those semesters that you were out of the university will be counted against you. So parang nababawasan na siya. Whereas if you file for leave of absence, those semesters will not be counted in your total number of semesters of residency here in the university. So from my end, yun lang yung masasabi ko na if by any chance kailangan talagang mag-leave from school, then I really advise you to file for leave of absence. Pwede namang mag-apply online.
So ayun, thank you, Professor Tan. That is on the end na if really the students are very much decided to apply for a leave of absence.
And not just, disappear.
So how about din po naman dun sa mga students na ayaw naman talagang mag-leave of absence pero mapipilitan silang mag-LOA because hindi nila kaya yung remote learning given their condition. So paano po natin itatakal din yung problem na yun?
Ma'am Rubina, maybe from a psychosocial.
I was waiting for Dean. Iniisip ko tapos actually siguro, although I'm not sure kung naka-istorya na ini Dr. Giancan Dean, pero siguro maghahatag lang akong background. We're thinking of organizing a webinar, on mental health. Basically, ang akong talaga naisip is para ma-prepare ang students. Kaya syempre yan, ang mga concerns is related to COVID-19, right? So, syempre, hataasan yung anxiety levels, damon yung mga ginuhunahunal, damulan ato naiisip, no? And I think, again, i-echo ko lang niya ni Professor Tan Dean Pat nga, dirila ka mo actually and going through this process. In fact, some faculty members nga nakakaistorya ko na overwhelmed talaga with what's happening. But then again, padayon lagi hapon kita. So we really have to what do you call this? Maging proactive ba kita? No, kay ipakianak kasi din bagay naguhulat ka mo nga may da somebody nga magbubuhatin something. No, so at ako liwat ibabalik kayo nga pakiana. Pwede kaya nga mag-reach out ka mo hamon, ma'am. Like for example, sa guidance office naton nga ma'am, may dagad kami mga concerns, paano lang namin ma-address, and then we can say, we have this particular service na pwede naman for example, we conduct actually kung nakasabot kami ni March pa or April and amon nagkaada kami MHPSS. Actually, padayon ito hiya. So siguro waray laada naka-reach hindamo nga mga students, kaya amon initially talaga amon na to concern where the frontliners. So gin-expand namon hiya para ha aton mga HUP students. So medyo damo gihapon damula ay pero diri damo. Damula yan nagkuan. So siguro yan na inin akon ibabalik no an invitation. Now for those students no nga who are experiencing talaga hiniya na no. In fact, may dakita word ka bago ginbibinan sa kaya it's quarantine fatigue and exhaustion. So part ito hiyahan and madidiscussan sa nga webinar which will be organized by the GDP and OSA. So nagpe-prempt na ako din, sorry. Pero amo pala ta akong mayayakan, no? Kay to answer lalo at hinihiyad. And then I also asked the guidance counselor no through mga PEP classes. So ang PEP classes naton ginkuan ko hiya nga gin ka-istorya ko natin guidance nga can we have mga activities nga bagin for example about mental health, well-being activities which will actually lift bahit aton mood naman labisan very simple things no mga butang nga gin waray ito naton mahunahunaan but which will actually comfort us or at least naman will be ready no when the semester starts or bisan ito an entire semester so magaguide kita no so we're preparing ito hiya nga activities kumbaga kun ang faculty may course packs may mga activities gihapon na naton OSA no through the guidance office nga to help no bagin and ginkukuang ko ta mga estudyante bagabahihin scaffold no para la kita maagak kita kay kita nga tanan actually ada kita ito so an point is kita nga tanan pagburublik. Thank you.
Okay. Can I just add nga kay ma-concern na lot ito nga kung online services la but that's very good no I mean we fully support in fact talagang we need to roll out anya na lang ito nga second sem nga bagayan syempre all of us were adjusting to the new mode pero the plan really is holistic comprehensive package talaga it aton i-roll out beginning the new academic year no and if possible even before with respect to preparing students so the OSA as mentioned by Ma'am Ervina is preparing all of this psychosocial support no na mga webinars that students can participate in now if for those naman for whom it will be a problem to access them one of the things that we have already realized also based on our experience in the UP Open University is that the guide that students should get, the guidance, sorry, not the guide, the guidance that students should get is not just the ones that is directly related to their course, academic guidance sila. So importante gihapon itong guidance with regard to how do you organize yourself in order to learn productively at a distance no what study skills how do you develop certain study skills certain frames of mind and so on na pwede ito liwat naton i-distribute in the form of hard copy so part ito dapat ito ma-receive no itong mga pati ito't mga information kung sugad how do you access certain kinds of information no so there's a whole range of that kind of support nga that will help you and word nga gingamit ni Ma'am Ervina scaffold that's really all we can do di ba we can really only give all of these support structures but ultimately the aim of this is to enable you to function independently so at some point dapat may the growth nga where you begin from a position of absolute dependence dapat at some point itong self-help behavior ba ma-develop ta ito hiya. So I understand nga kinahanglan itohin guidance for that, a structure for that. So that's why there are programs. Pero importante nga open kita. I was just also thinking when I was a student ba, kung ano itong akong coping, of course it was a different world. It was not pandemic. But sometimes it helps if we read widely. I mean, literature, fiction, not just focusing on because it broadens your perspective on things. Okay.
So thank you, Dean, and for Dr. Espina for that question regarding the filing of LOA for the next semester. So next is another category, which is ensuring the rights and freedoms of the students in the new normal. So the first concern under this category is Will student activities be supported by the college and the university even on remote learning? This is to ensure that holistic development of students by conducting activities that foster learning beyond the academic spheres. So I think this is since nasa new normal naman po tayo, yung I think these activities will be held online naman mostly. So the organizations, student councils still seek for support from the administration in conducting these activities.
Ma'am Ervina, do you want to address him? Siguro ang akong lahito dito is, una, diri man kita pwede mga conducting activities kung diri kita recognized nga organization. Diba? So, and kumbaga, ang process gihapon of recognition, although I'm sure may mapakyan na paano man ito yan, itong process nitong kuan. So, tagila kami hin panahon, no? Kay we're in the process of tweaking han guidelines kasi syempre bago umanggo din hiya. But then again, supportive kami especially at mga activities at mga students, most especially kung mabulig ka mohan mga tutorials and mga kuan ba nga, or kung kung gusto niyo mag-conduct in webinar, no, we can always support those things. Kaya I'm pretty sure damo ito yung mga nahuna-hunaan na activities, and ito nga mga activities for the welfare also of the students. So good. I think ito hiya ako lang mayayakan ani for now, no? So don't worry kay magawas gap ito ng guidelines para han student recognition. Kay again, I would like to emphasize, diri pwede gamiton ang name han student org, no? Kay especially now nga di ba in the process man kita makuan kita first semester, so ira-recognize na naman hiya. So yan na. No, I remember may dahad to what you call this, nag-request, no, nga gagamiton ni Raan Kuan and ira student org name. Pero at the same time, magkakagawas kasi at that time lockdown adto. So talaga sumiring kami nga diri pwede. No, kay bagan accountability kasi gihapon ito osa. Kay iningin pagawas man student despite han mga health protocols in place. So talaga nga diri hiya pwede. So ang amo nila is coordinate ka mo ha LGU, pero LGU it matrabaho kamo siguro hindi rin magawa sa iyo, you can always work, no, with the LGU, pero diri gagamiton an mga estudyante nga magawa sa iyo. Pero for now diri la niya gagamiton an iyo student ko kay di ba naglaps naman, tama? Okay, so once ma-recognize na kamo, then pwede ito yan, go talaga ito yan, wala problema, no, ma-support kami, but it's for the benefit of the students.
Thank you, Dr. Spina. Regarding the student org recognition naman, meron tayong question siguro later on about that, on how to conduct the recognition process and etc. But yun yung ino-hope din ng students na on the remote learning, in the course of the remote learning na mangyayari next academic year, hopefully may ensure pa rin yung holistic well-being ng students by allowing them to conduct activities. Although hindi na to yung nakasanayan natin ng mga physical na mga activities in UP since remote learning tayo, but still magkakaroon pa rin ng huge role yung mga organizations, yung mga different activities outside the academics dun sa ating foster ng culture na meron yung UP Tacloban din in general. So for the next question is, based on the UPB Town Hall meeting, the Office of the Student Affairs are expected to relax their policies on org recognition. How will OSA ensure that the organizations be given a recognition process that is not as stringent and demanding, given that the situation we are in now is to some extent disabling?
Okay, siguro ang word nga relax. Diri what you call this? Kinahanglan pa ito i-unpack, no? Kay anon ka singunan relax. So bagain kasi we rely on what was mentioned in the town hall meeting. But then we're also expecting masunod ito ang guidelines from the system. Of course, nagkukuan kami nga din, nagtithink kami paano ini matwitwit para mag-suit it atong situation niya na. But then again, amo nito hiya i-reconcile gihapon ito amo niya naginihimo kay bagay na basta sugad anamon ginihimo yan nangan kun ano it magawas para we ada lagi hapin kitahan sa kubhan policies no ha and student recognition. So dili lagi hapon kita na debate no han policies. Tapos naman and regarding han stringent and demanding no may pakiana ako. Demanding ba nga stringent ang mga paghinian and proseso? Since I assumed han office yan na pamala nga January. So diri pagod ako maaram no kay this is the first time tapos pandemic pagod. So I will have to review gihapon han policies and then I will get back to you. Ang wala na itak mayayakan for now. No?
Can I just add also? I would like to kay actually the other thing more broadly na ini ha. I think for these things especially, importante nga kamo may daghihapon kamo input, no? But the input cannot be in this form where it aton la way of presenting the situation is amin itam gusto, di ba? Amin itam gusto kung masugot kamo or not. I think we have to be more creative. Kay we are actually the situation we now have is a situation which requires all of us to redesign the way we do things. Okay, so my curiosity ko personally is, okay, ano daw la ito, what is, because I agree, no, that student organizations and extracurricular activities are really important. And I think some of you have been to my office to ask for, nayaknan ko na kamo hininga, I think, it's very important for developing leadership, etc., etc. Pero ito akong worry is that we are kind of boxed in the way we think about what student organizations are and how they are supposed to perform, how they're supposed to work. Takay kay na-work adto hiya, ito nga way of doing things, kay ang situation adto on campus man. But, in a situation like this now, di ba, I mean, kami, we are reimagining what teaching and learning is going to be like. I think we have to have the same kind of reimagination of what student organization is going to be like. How are you going to recruit? Diba, what should your organizations be doing? In terms of, will there be a change in your mission and vision given the new normal? That's the first thing you have to ask. It cannot be about the rules. It must be first a self-reflection. May kuan pa ba, relevant pa ba it iyo organization? Ano iton mission and vision it iyo organization? Relevant pa ba ito hiya? Ma-realize pa ba ito hiya in the new normal? Para hiya ma-realize aanhunta. So iton kung valid iton student organization, why would that not be recognized? Diba? So it's not just a question of whether the rules can be relaxed. It's really a question of how do we, for example, how do we involve more students? Diba? What about students who do not want to be part of organizations? Should we not be concerned about that? I think the student council should be concerned about that more than the student orgs, diba? Kung nadirihira pagiging member in organization, ano man karusig nun ito? Does that mean na nga diri na hirama, they will not become fully developed as that was the premise of the questions, diba? Nga importante it organization life. Okay, so ano man ito na aton provision for them? Should we be thinking about communities rather than organizations in the narrow sense? Should we be thinking about developing communities? And this is all, so that's one side. The other side, of course, is to think about avoiding harmful behaviors online or in virtual kay bisan di pala campus damo na reklamo, di ba? May mga nareklamo about hazing, about very difficult procedures for participating in becoming members of organizations, di ba? May mga feeling of discrimination. That is also true in virtual forms. May mga cyberbullying, maramang kamot mga recent nga mga skandal, di ba? May mga cyberbullying, may mga kung ano-ano. So we have to be, I think, you have to come up with a proposal para diri la kamo liwat na react hiton kung ano man i-propose ding aside. So then let's put our proposals together and then we'll see, diba, what is the best way of achieving the good of, something that will work for everyone.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Spina and Dean Arinto, for the response regarding on the org recognition and also on the conduct of org activities about redesigning it and fitting it to the current condition we have. And also on using our organizations to further kung ano nga ba yung best interest ang welfare ng community and the people inside and outside the university. And siguro related ba rito ng mga questions sa mga susunod?
So it is said that it is the department's responsibility to help shifties catch up. How will the BACA shifties take up the required cognate courses? Will there be advice services for them? Is this true to the other degree programs who have shifties as well?
Andito po ba si Professor Alegre?
Maybe we can ask Professor Tan. Professor Tan is the OIC of the Division of Humanities.
The question says, it is said that it is the department's responsibility to help shifties catch up. How will the BACA shifties take up required cognate courses? Yeah, actually, yung problema nga doon na that we recognized is that is the ability of the student to shift. Kasi if, for example, if a student is coming from a degree program where he or she had difficulty so that the grades are very low, actually that's the first hurdle, to be able to shift. The nurturing kasi, the taking care of the student takes place before and after the shifting. So before shifting, if the student has difficulty fulfilling the requirements, for example, of certain courses, so that there are failing grades, yung mga conditional failures, so that he or she does not anymore fulfill the retention policy of that particular degree program, then the best thing for that student to do is to shift to another degree program, di ba? Yun ganun ang nangyayari. Then you take the BOPI and things like, now it's not BOPI daw anymore. According to Professor Espina, there's what we call OASIS. So anyway, once the student is able to shift to a particular program because he was given the chance to raise his GWA, then catching up should not really be a problem. Like taking the cognate courses, for example, if you talk about cognate courses in the BACA program, it only means that, say, for example, you are in the creative writing and literature track, okay? That means that your cognate courses will be coming from theater arts and media arts. Yun lang naman yun. All these courses will always be available every semester. So I don't see really any difficulty in the student being able to take the required cognate courses. Wala, parang I mean, honestly, wala namang mahirap gawin doon. Ang main problem lang is to be able to shift. Pag naka-shift ka na, you're good to go. Because the advisors will be there. And early on at this point, I'd like to tell you lang, I don't know if it's going to be a sad news for you. Heads up lang, registration will be fully online. Okay, so parang as early as now, let's condition ourselves na talagang mag-on. Hindi na kami pupunta sa campus. We will register online. The beauty of it lang is that there's very little need for students to, to go online for long periods kasi most of the work will be done by your advisors and by the office of the college secretary. So click lang kayo ng click. Once you get the prompt that you already have your courses ready, like of course, before you go through pre-reg, you will first have to connect with your advisor. Ngayon pa lang, as we speak, the staff of OCS is already preparing the database, the directory for all the degree programs so that it will be easy for the advisors to connect with their advisees. Okay? So, yun lang naman, when you see your courses ready na sila, click na lang kayo kasi gagawin na yun ng advisors nyo. Like for this coming first semester, what are the courses that you're supposed to, are you supposed to take? Ihahanda na yun ng advisors ninyo. Okay? We have suspended the pre-registration until such time that we are ready with the redesigned programs. We are all very busy. busy. Our hands are full. So, konting ano lang, understanding for your teachers and administrators. Kasi parang pabalik-balik kasi yung problema about online. So iniisip ko na, nako, pag nag-mention ako na online ang registration, baka problema na naman ito. But we're really doing our best. You don't have to go online for long periods. Madaling-madali lang siya. All you have to do is click. Kasi naayos na yung courses ninyo bago pa kayo. Unlike before, di ba, mahirap yung pre-reg na period. Ang tagal-tagal. As much as possible, lahat ng pwede naming ayusin dito sa OCS, ayusin na namin so that it won't take you very long to go online. Kasi yun ang problema, di ba? If you're just using data, madaling maubos ang data. Or basta mahirap yung masyadong matagal gumagamit ng internet for those students who have problems with connectivity. Okay, so buuin na natin yung kwento about online. So nandyan na rin yung online registration.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tan. So ayun, for the communication art shifties, I hope na answered yung question nyo. And I think this will also be reflective dun sa iba-iba nating mga degree programs. I think bio students na yung mga nag-shift sa bio would still also question kung paano mangyayari yung kanilang mga laboratory courses. And also for the other divisions as well, paano matitake nila yung mga prerequisite courses specifically. Is it tama ba na ang mangyayari dito really is that the faculty and the administration will redesign the curriculum per course in such a way that it will tackle the yung mga current na status ng mga students na mga shifties, regular, hindi regular.
Okay. Yeah. Can I just quick clarify? Actually, with regard to the shifting, we first discussed that di ba kay the second sem was abruptly changed, suspended, and then we had to rapidly adjust. So there was some concern. What about those who were planning to shift? What if they don't make the grade? They don't meet the shifting requirements? So some of the possibilities are the programs can suspend the requirements for shifting and accept the shifting provisionally. For example, diba, that is a possibility. I'm not saying that that will be done. It's up to the program. But it is possible that the program can say, okay, I'm accepting you as a shifty provisionally. Okay, so instead of asking for a certain performance, a grade performance before you shift, I can accept you provisional and then I will look at how you perform this first sem. Okay, so then ito imo di dahito jiwa ito nga first sem amon i-consider para ko namit kahit shifting requirements or not. Okay, that is one adjustment. With regard to, may nakapantuos nga ginpakianaan, did you say practicum or lab or something? I can't remember. I was just, maybe practicum is in my head because I was just typing a response in the chat box. May napakiana ko na anhunit practicum. Possible nga ma-reschedule hiya kay di ba nasa rin ka man nga the program faculty are now looking at programs of study to see what adjustments can be made aside from deloading. Syempre kung magdi-deload may dito rescheduling, di ba? So itong first sem course nga diri pwede itutduon niya nga first sem bangin mga tuti at second sem. Or kung sukad lab courses yan nga first sem dapat ikadto at second sem. What if prerequisite ayon? Ato na I remember you said prerequisite. What about prerequisite courses? So it is possible that if we cannot offer it this sem, then next sem, pwede nga the scheme will be, we will cut the sem in half so that the prerequisite course can be taken in the first half, diba? And then the other course can be taken in the second half. Baga in sequential, it pag-take ka iya. So, damo ito nga schemes nga ginhuna-una kung para la ma-address ito hiya nga kay diri man kita makakapag implement it mga usual rules, at least as far as the curriculum is concerned, if we want to make sure that people will learn effectively.
Okay. Ano na lang din po, tawag doon, follow-up question, Professor Tan, regarding din sa online registration. If i-allow po ba ng Office of the College Secretary na makapag-enroll via, tawag doon, sa other students, like mapaalayon na po ibang students para makapag-register online?
Actually, napag-usapan namin yun a few minutes ago with the staff here. Ang problema doon kasi is you will be dealing with data, personal data ng kapwa mo estudyante, which is, and pag nangyari yun, magkakaroon na ng question about the validity of the data that is going to be submitted. So, kung ako lang, parang hindi. kailangan lang talagang gumawa ng paraan, mamiling talagang paagi how to be able to click. I think that pwede naman siguro kasi kung gagamit kayo ng data using your cellphone, hindi naman yun siya masyadong matagal. Mahirap kasi because it's enrollment data, personal data that you're going to deal with. Hindi yung like proxy enrollment. Parang hindi. Siguro kung mga hard copy yung ginagawa dati, pwede. Pero ngayon kasi it's online, we will have problems with the validity of the documents. Mahirap siya.
So yun po, I hope na clear po tayo doon na more of mahirap mangyayari yung yung hindi tayo yung mag-take ng own accounts natin and personal information regarding sa online registration. Ngayon siguro yung masasuggest na lang namin is that for the students na mahihirapan talaga sa online registration to prompt or humingi talaga ng tulong to any possible na makahihingi nila ng tulong so that we could makaka-solicit kami ng tulong din kung for example hindi namin kaya matulungan yung mga students. Maybe we could also ask help from others para makapag-register sila by themselves given they're also lacking resources. Tapos, degree programs. Tama na ba ito? Okay, so next question po tayo. So right now, time check po, nasaan po tayo? 3:43 na po tayo. So ayan, kailangan po natin bilisan na lang din yung mga questions para at least matakal natin silang lahat because they are equally important din. So ang next question is, will the administration allow organization-sponsored activities and student council-led activities such as organizations, fair, and sports fest? Siguro nasagot na to kanina by Dean Arinto and by Dr. Espina regarding on the conduct of organization-sponsored ng mga activities na although support yung mga activities amid the remote learning and pandemic natin na situation, still we need to be creative and redesign our activities and our vision on the conduct of these activities. Tama po ba? Okay, sige. So next question na tayo. Is the school still open for students to organize protests, especially that the campus serves as a haven for many? Siguro ito na question come from the student, also from the previous accounts din sa mga different UP campuses na nag-hold din ng protest reflective of the different issues na meron tayo at the present. Like on the terror bill, for example, on the Pride celebration, and etc. So, is this also true or possible for UP Tacloban?
Well, the problem is kasi they will get you, they will throw the book at you, at us. So for example, if you are minors or if you belong, your age group is below the, diba, the age group, you are the age group that according to the local ordinances are not supposed to be outside of your homes and on campus, then you will be in trouble. Kami gihap kay kayano itpakiana ito kayano niyo ginalaw hira. Nagaano tira di dai waray man klase. Di man kamo dapat nagklaklase. I mean, di ba, amo ito, they will just throw the book at all of us. So I think my challenge here is you have to be creative in the way you organize protests. Kay ito liwat nga on campus protest, sino man ito't nakita iyo? Di ba? I mean, you know, that's not necessarily effective. You endanger yourself, plus, what is the point? Kung ako't magpropotesta, kinahanglan talaga marabakit bugos ng kalibutan as far as I'm concerned. So kung amo naman la ito, mamimiling talaga ako ng way, di ba? So there must be other ways of protesting. So we have to, kung legitimate man nga ni, as you said, no, if there are legitimate things that we should object to, you know, like onerous or oppressive rules and you know, of government or etc., you know, mga policies or laws nga diri Asia. So you know, we should stand in solidarity with other groups, and we must with them find a way of making our opinions, our position heard, no? So but let us not violate the rule, the law, kasi di ba, bagayan, you do not want to be under the you do not want to be at the mercy of you know who and you know what. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dean Arinto, for that question. I hope the answer is already clear to all of us. Next is other student issues. So, bali ito na yung last na portion natin before, before tayo magbalik tanaw sa mga pressing pa rin ng mga questions regarding the next SEM para makamove on yung mga students for the next academic year. So, for the other student issues, yung unang question natin dito is, again, for the other student issues, this will already tackle different divisions, specifically for the different na mga concerns. First question is, has there been an assessment of the distance learning that happened last May from the students? Were the problems that arose in the distance learning already identified and addressed? So basically, kaya yung first part natin dito sa ating meeting ay yung nangyari is assessment. It's because yung aming pagtingin sa kanya is walang nangyaring assessment. Either hindi man siya dun sa college-based, UP system-based for the students. We just like to confirm this if wala nga talagang assessment na nangyari, and then paano na troubleshoot or paano ba yung mga avenues na ginawa para ma-identify yung mga assessment points from the previous semester.
Okay, can I answer that? Actually, that's not true that there was no assessment. Kasi, it's just that maybe if you want to, I mean, kasi there are many evaluations that you can do, di ba? And the evaluation should really involve different stakeholders. Like there should be kumbaga parot set, di ba? Student evaluation of teaching. I think that's what you're looking for in terms of the second sem. Pagkanhan dapat kamo. It is estudyante, what your experience was like. Okay, but in terms of the assessments that have been done, ang mga faculty, during the faculty dialogues, amo talaga ito in first part of the taking stock. Baga ang ngaran hadtuhan first webinars with the faculty system-wide was taking stock and gearing up. So the taking stock part was looking back at the second sem and reflecting on how it went. So we asked the faculty na ano man, how did you adjust? Were you able to reach all of your students? What needs did you what were their needs that you found out about, and how did you try to address them? So, and then I can tell you honestly that many faculty members really feel nga they could have done more. It's just that the circumstances are difficult really. I mean, it's really kasi not a question of willingness to do more. You can be perfectly willing. The problem is whether you are able. Di ba? Kay may da talaga mga students nga diri talaga nila natatawagan kay wala hira number. Pero may daliwat mga faculty talaga who went out of their way to call their students to find them, di ba? So and general assessment is of course like your assessment kanina in the beginning of the forum. Now there are many things that could have been improved. But the only the mitigating circumstance, of course, is that we were all of us caught flat-footed. And in the end, ang decision na lahan aton administrators is to do the minimum, di ba? So ito nga minimum was ito nga gin-adjust ang mga course requirements, tapos gintanggal ang online learning, di ba? That has to be, you must remember that. Nga gin-suspend pati ang online classes. So the faculty were told, may of course faculty nga diri nasunod, pero that faculty were told nga diri na dapat magpadayon ng mga online learning activities kay damo lagi ang mga estudyante nga diri nakaka-participate. Nganhin, they were anxious and all that. So given the circumstances, dininaliwat siguro dapat ma-mention nga may da kasi mga sectors who were calling for mass promotion nala. That is a position that we will never attain unanimity on. Okay? We have to accept that too. That's part of democracy. People will have different opinions. Okay, and in the end, after so much discussion and so much consultation, in the end, nag-decide talaga ang UP nga diri kita magma-mass promote. Instead, mag-a-adjust ang mga course requirements and then give students time, gin-extend ang SEM, and then moreover, para hindi rin makakamit ang semestral deadline, pwede talaga all the way until May 31, 2021 to meet those adjusted course requirements. So amo ito an aton naging solution. Yeah, so now for the first, given our experience, including those that you articulated kanina, maupayad to nga you can articulate and kanina in first part, then we have to keep those in mind para itong pagplano for the coming academic year, ideally better na kay diri naman kita iton makakasiring nga natigdaan kita, di ba? Kay coming pa man it first sem, may da pa man kita pira ka bulan before the first sem, so diri nakita iton pwede the same excuse. So we have to do better.
Thank you, Dean, for the answer. For the next question, nasagot na to kanina, so hindi na tayo mag-dwell dito masyado. This is on, I joke.
Cybersecurity, okay.
Hindi pala, iba pala to na question. Okay.
So this question, since UP will implement remote learning for this semester, it is important to strengthen the cybersecurity. Will there be a new website for our student portal? Because hackers can easily infiltrate our current student portal. Will they redesign the current layout or web design of CRS to a more user-friendly and responsive web design, where web appearance adapts based on the orientation of the device used to view the site?
So, question po dito is, I think, tawag doon, nagtatakol doon sa security at the same time doon sa parang user interface ng mga web design sa different devices na ginagamit.
Okay, can I ask Professor Ultra to respond to this question?
Hello. Hello everyone. So this is John. Sige, sasagutin ko yung mga tanong isa-isa. So firstly, on the redesign of CRS, or yung tanong dito is there an alternative na website or portal? Well, what I can tell you is, if hindi natin gagamitin yung CRS, yung next available option natin is yung paggamit ng SAIS, which I believe kung alala niyo in the past, marami yung parang umaayaw sa kanya. And then, you know what, yung CRS, nagsimula yan during the time na undergrad ako. And then in fairness sa kanya, up to now, in terms of the security, kumbaga sa pag-secure niya, I can't remember any security breach or incident na related din sa CRS. So, for example, yung UPB na website, ilang beses na siya na breach. I think at least twice na, pero in fairness sa CRS, talagang nandyan pa rin siya. I think one of the things although I do believe yung admin tsaka yung dev ng CRS, they are everything they are doing everything they can, diba, to improve I mean yung experience of students and of course the faculty who are using the system. Pero at the moment yung focus talaga nila is to add additional features to the website or to the platform to support yung impending na transition of our classes to online na mode. So for example, nung binagkira ni Professor Irmatan, yung online registration and all other features na ini-implement nila ngayon, which will be made available by the start of next sem. So sa case naman ng UP Tacloban, as the CISAD, we are doing everything we can to make sure that our systems are that there are security controls in place to make sure that our systems are less vulnerable to potential attacks from hackers. And then we can only say na talagang effective yung ginagawa natin ng mga security restrictions up until may breach talaga nangyari. So far wala pa namang breach na nangyayari. So I'm confident na nag-hold pa naman siya. But do keep in mind na ito yung parang iniisip natin every day. So like every time may dinideploy tayo ng bagong sistema. So for example, in the coming SEM, magdideploy tayo ng sarili nating learning management system, right? It is going to the first system ng UP Tacloban that will really host critical data, not only of students, but essentially the entire learning platform ng ating college. So of course, it's yung security niya is at the top of our priority list, and then we're doing everything we can, like I said kanina, to make sure na secured siya. So ganun po. And so also I will use this opportunity to remind everyone to make sure to avail of the IT related services na ino-offer ng university to our students. So primarily yung ating UP Mail, guys. So kung hindi pa kayo subscribe sa UP Mail natin, then make sure to request your UP Mail from the UP Help Desk. Kasi itong UP Mail natin is pwede nyo gamitin to avail of subscriptions ng UP na libre if may UP Mail ka. So yung mga access to databases or journals, yung Zoom natin, for example, and other resources na available online. So again, if meron kayong concern related dun sa mga accounts niyo that are being maintained by the system or by UP, do not hesitate to contact us at the CSAD office. So yes, may FB page kami, so mag-log din kayo doon so we can assist you for any concern that you might have. I hope that answers yung question natin. Thank you. By the way, yung LMS na nagagamitin natin in terms of the design niya, it's a bit modern, right? So definitely it will give a familiar interface para dun sa makatulad din yung nasanay na sa makabagong kumbaga design ng mga websites na mayroon tayo ngayon. For the CRS, kunting twist lang, I'm sure over time, makakasanayan din siya. Especially for those of us na matagal na gumagamit sa kanya. Anyway, thank you. Kaya ako kawalik ko. Paborito ko na, like I said, it takes a while, but makikita natin na maganda siya as a system. Kung nasanay ka na.
Thank you, Professor Ultra, for the answer to the question. So kung meron pa tayong mga questions pa that is technical na specific lang sa CSAD yung makaka-answer, don't hesitate to contact them na lang. So yun yung so far nakuha nating response na for the security sa CRS, so far wala pa naman tayong nafe-feel na threat to security, and if ever man magkaroon is that meron naman siguro ready naman siguro yung CSR to tawag doon.
Okay. To clarify, yung CRS kasi it's not being maintained by our office, so it's a separate system that is maintained by the staff of the Office of the University Registrar at saka yung IT natin in Miagao. So, but then of course, we can coordinate with them for whatever concern that you might have regarding dun nga sa design niya, and then of course sa security. But kasi nga, yung tanong niyo regarding the security is also the same question that I had, right? Especially every time may na-encounter tayo ng mga incident na ganito. Pero anyway, your points are taken and noted. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Professor Ultra. Now, for our next question. Ito yung nasagot na natin kanina, so hindi natin siya itatackle much. Yung question is, paano i-ensure na aware sila sa condition ng every student under the remote learning? So ito na yun na prior to the start of the academic year, is-survey lahat ng students regarding their capacity to cope up with the remote learning next academic year. And also, hindi lang siya online mangyayari, exhaust lahat ng resources and means na kaya ng student to be able to send their response to the survey. So for the next question, as observed from the previous semester, there are professors who do not heed the prescribed dates instructed on the memos and instead reschedule the submissions of requirements at an earlier time. How will the college ensure that this would not happen again? Will students be given the needed time to work on certain activities?
Okay, ini kanina, I wanted to respond to this. Maram kamo, diri ito the setting of deadlines is the purview of the faculty. We cannot dictate to faculty. If they would like you to submit 2 weeks from now, ganun talaga. Di ba? So, I mean, di rito pwede nga uniform, nga everybody follows the same schedule, etc. So, what you really need to do is to just negotiate with your faculty members nga, ma'am, pwede, longer deadline or something. I mean, there has to be communication between the students and the faculty in charge, no? So, but, yeah, I saw man their schedules. I saw all of the adjusted syllabi. So, maram ako more or less, most of the faculty followed the CU deadline, di ba? Which was June 15 for graduating students.
And June 19
And June 19 for all other
all
students.
others.
Oo. Pero kung may faculty nga sumiring nga May 31, kaya naman ako madiri.
Yeah.
Di ba? I mean, what is my reason? For saying to this person nga, ayaw, kito pag imo, kinahanglan, imove mo to ko June. I mean, I could raise questions and I could say, ma'am, is this, pero depende man ito kung anong ginaaro nga ko requirement. Kaya may daliwat, mga usalan ira adjusted course requirement. Tapos ginset na ira an earlier deadline. So what's the problem, right? Now, if the students feel nga they cannot meet that deadline, then they have to make representations with their teacher. But the deadline itself is not a violation of anything. So you cannot call out faculty for that. Okay? An akong concern kung sumaring ka mo nga diri kasi hiya approachable or diri kasi hiya namamati. Okay? Pero bagahin oray man ako to pila lang ang sugad dito. Bangin nauunahan lahin nervyos at estudyante nga they think their faculty is not approachable. But you really have to try. Mga UP students man kita, di ba? So, I mean, kung naprotesta nga ni kita hit nga mga kunhino-hino, we can certainly talk to our teachers. And if you feel that their deadline is not reasonable, then you can raise the question to them directly. Okay? It is not a matter of, it's not a violation of any school rules.
Alright, thank you, Dean Arinto. So ulitin lang natin na based na rin sa kaninang assessment natin, really, one important thing on the conduct of remote learning is the effective communication between the faculty and the students. So this is something na two-way responsibility ng students and the faculty na rin na part. So yun yung nag-reflect sa kaninang assessment natin. So kung meron kayong mga gustong i-appeal regarding the deadlines, for example, or the academic load itself, you may contact directly your professors and instructors for them also to know your side as to why you have counter proposals. So, yun po. Next question natin. Ayan, nasa final set na po tayo ng questions.
So, first question for the final set of questions is, will there still be pass marks and numeric grades for the next semester? Will the grades in the next semester be included in the computation of G1?
Okay. Are you sure that this question has to do with the next semester, as in like academic year 2020-2021?
Yes po, kasi din ang question nila is that since last sem, remote learning, kasi nagkaroon ng pass or numeric
I see.
reflective pa rin to sa next academic year?
Okay, no. The answer is no. It will be the numeric grading system that we are used to. The only reason why, amo to nakarusig nun, dapat talaga diri kita, when we complain about the previous sem, you have to remember that, ito nga adjustment. Diba? Have you thought of how big that is? That the university actually adjusted its grading system for you? Nga diri la regular grading system, kada dako ito nga butang. Nga diri la puros numeric grades ang kanan second sem. Katapos pagod kita ha UP Tacloban together with UP Diliman. Did you know that kita la anduha nga campus that requested the UP Board of Regents to not only allow faculty to give pass grades but also to not include the grades of the second semester academic year 2019-2020 in the computation of the GWA. Only UP Diliman and UP Tacloban. I am proud of that. Karong signo nito enlightened talaga it aton, our faculty, that was a collective faculty decision. Bisan ang mga faculty members nga diri naruruyag paghatag hin pass grade. Okay? An ira gusto talaga mahatag lagi pera numeric grade which is their prerogative. Okay? Bisan hira nag-agree hira nga dapat united kita nga it ato niya yak nun ha Board of Regents nga diri dapat igupod it grades sina nga second semester hit computation of GWA. Okay, so daku-dakuan na ito nga bagay. Ito yung mga kainis, ito yung mga particular faculty members, kesyo unreasonable hiya, whatever, suplada, etc. You have to contextualize that in the bigger scheme of adjustments that the entire university made. Okay, now, so that's the second sem. And so may hugot ano? Okay. And first sem, di rin na kita pwede magsugod ito. We cannot suspend all of these na rules, no? Although there are still some rules that will be suspended. For example, with regard to underloading. Okay? With regard to loading, suspended ito to rules. So, pwede ka mag-underload. Pero inihiya nga pag taga-grading system, di rin natiya pwede ka rin nakita itong excuse kay, di ba, regular sem naman, enough time naman. Tapos there will be preparations that will be given, and then, the load will be managed so that students can do their work better. So kung 18 units it imo regular load, bangin ito niyo program mag-decide nga diri ka mo papa-enrollon in 18 units, generally pa sisigon lang nga amo la ini 15 units na lang babalyuan nira, no? And they will put in place other ways of helping you so that you will perform well, or you will manage to earn good grades, not be so pressured. In which case, di rin na kita makakasiring nga the conditions for learning were not taken into account. So di rin na pwede masuspend at paghatagahan numeric grades. So definitely regular ito grading system hiton for SEM nga hiton the rest of the academic year.
And thank you, Dean Arinto. So this particular question, natakal ko yung dalawang major concerns natin. One is that on the next academic year, balik na tayo sa ating normal na grading, which is numeric grade. And also, for the past semester, for the second semester, hindi kasali yung ating grades sa computation ng ating GWA. So, ayun po. Clear na po tayo doon. For the next question, Vice President Bautista said during the UPB Town Hall meeting that the offering of off-stream courses depends on the approval of the offering unit. Will the college offer off-stream courses, especially for graduating students next semester?
I don't know. We will have to ask the programs. Pero dili kasi niya pwede i-answer in general. Case to case talaga ini. So, itong mga estudyante nga graduating kuntayra itong first sem, tapos itira course nga dapat i-take diri offered, they have to talk to their advisor. The advisor will bring this up with the program faculty, and they will have to make a decision kung they will offer that course for that student.
Thank you, Tina Rinto. Professor Tan.
In effect, di ba, we said earlier that there's going to be a program redesign. Underload will be allowed case kun 18 units, for example, pwedeng 12 units lang, and we will move around some courses kay kun diri here it's too heavy, for example, to offer in the first semester, kakadiya second sem, and switch it with a course that comes from the second sem, di ba, of AY 2020-21. In effect, that is offering an off-stream course kasi hindi siya nandun sa regular stream. So yeah, that's really possible to offer off-stream courses in the first semester in relation to the result of the redesign that the respective divisions will be doing. So kasi yun ang concept ng off-stream you offer a particular course that is not supposed to be offered, for example, in the first sem, nandun siya sa second sem, but ilagay mo siya sa first sem kasi nga we are trying to come up with a happy mix and quote siguro an easier mix of courses for the first sem since remote, the delivery is going to be fully remote.
Okay po, Professor Tan. Follow-up question na lang po. Given na i-allow yung possibility na i-offer yung mga off-stream courses next semester, yung process po ba for filing an appeal is similar pa rin dun sa dun sa normal natin na ginagawa? Like magpa-file muna sila on the division na part, then approval sa admin na part, etc. Securing ng magtuturo muna.
Yeah, technically it's the same process. You have to talk to the student, must talk to the advisor. The advisor will bring it up with at the division.
Division level.
Have to decide. But if decision at division, diri to up to them laliwat. The rest of the college has something to say about that. No, so talagang ini-negotiate ito here. So so as I said, kikitaon talaga kung ano ba ini, why is it so important nga i-take up ini, i-offer ini nga course.
At also, ina-ask din po ng mga students natin if yung mangyayari pong, for example, yung pagbabawas ng academic loads, tawag doon, makaka-affect po ba siya dun sa regular number of years dapat ng learning?
No, it will not affect because the adjustment will just be for this year. So magre-redistribute lang kita hiton units within this year. So for example, kung 18 units, kung 21, let's say 21 kay third year na hiya, 21 units siya it first sem normally, itong iya program of study, bangin mahiging 18 la ito, mag-decide ang program. So ang 3 units ibabalhin nira, di ba? So ibabalhin nira nga diyan second sem, pero syempre dahil madugman ng second sem, kinahanglan iba ng liwat. So madi-display sila ito hiya nga dihan mid-year. So itong adjustment generally will be nga bangin talaga nga tanan nga programs magkaadahin mid-year yan na nga academic year 2020-2021. Kaya di ba it mid-year di man nga tanan may ada. So pero yan na nga yan na nga new academic year bagay yan 3-term year. Oo. So pati it mid-year may ada ito mga ngadto dito nga schedule.
So yun, clear na po yun sa atin. Wala pong mangyayaring extension sa number of regular na years per academic na tawag program and degree programs. Mariredistribute na siya at yung possibility na yung mga tawag yung mga units na hindi natin take on the regular semester dapat before is mapupunta siya sa mid-year and redistributed sa different na semesters. So for the next question naman,
is there a guideline for students who intend to transfer or shift? Will students with different grades be allowed to shift?
Okay, do you remember my answer? In-answer ko na yun niya kanina.
Yes po, ano po, tawag doon,
Provisional, oo. So kay deferred mo grades, di ba? So dili pa kita maaram, or ka pa grade. So pwede nga mag-decide it program nga provisional it acceptance it imo shifting. Bagay ka ba in probi ba? Baga ba you are probationary. Oo. Okay?
Yung ano po siguro, yung concern po dito sa question is more of dun sa transfer na towards tawag doon a different campus, a non-UP campus. It requires a numeric grade. Tapos, for example, yung student is meron siyang deferred or passed na grade. Would it be possible to convert that to numeric grade? Or ano po yung mangyayari doon for sa UP na part?
Okay, kay ginhimo na ito actually, among faculty meeting the other day, may da talaga mga faculty nga nag-request in change of grade from pass to numeric grade. Kay for these particular students nga nasa ring hira nga they need a numeric grade kay ma-transfer hira to another CU, to another program and to another CU. So ito the faculty man considers that kasi a pass grade amo tot maupay iton nga mas nga diri kita mas promotion, di ba? Kay the pass grade is based on something. Kintagan ka na nga ni pass grade pero singon you met the requirement. Now to convert that to a numeric grade, the faculty needs to just evaluate, give it a proper score, compute, and then kung ano't appropriate grade for it. Okay? Importante ini nga point kay may ada nga yan misconception it iba nga CU makalilisang gadi nga misconception. Kay may dalagi mga estudyante nga gusto nila numeric tapos pasan ginhatag ang pag-convert stress la. Oo. Dili man ito asya. Kaya actually, di ba? I mean, you know, it depends on the quality of your work. Dapat it imo numeric grade. So, hikita diri wala kita ito nga misconception. I can report to you. So yeah, so you can do that. It problema ito kung deferred ang grade mo, meaning ikaw nga estudyante, kay kano ka man madi-deferred. Actually, there is no such thing as a deferred as in like amot yet grade. It deferred nga ni karusig ngun waray ka patagihin grade. Kay waray ka pa man katapos. So blanco ito didto it imo TCG. Okay? Blanco tiya. May dala remark didi nga nasa ring asya tiya blanco kay deferred pa hiya. Okay, so it problema ito kung deferred grade, ay wala kita at mahimo, kay adetot ka na ni estudyante ito role. Meaning, the student must complete. Diba? If the student needs the grade, well, then complete it. Complete the adjusted course requirement para ka mataganhin grado. Kaya di kita pwede mag-magicin grado. Okay?
Okay po. Thank you din rito. Ito rin na question naman is para kay Professor Tan. Siguro i-ask to later on pero para makatipid na rin sa time. Regarding also on the request or appeal to convert their pass grade into a numeric grade. Kasi yung concerns nila before is tapos na daw yung deadlines for appeal. Now, pwede pa po ba silang magsabit ng appeal? Ano po daw yung
As agreed in our general faculty meeting the other day, a student can request for change of grade until the 7th. For this particular SEM, matatapos na yung SEM, itong second SEM. Until this, di naman to pwede liwat nga everyday kita nag-convert, di ba? From numeric to pass. So, until the 7th, unta nga ni, I hope if they can do it by Monday, because we're already preparing the Google form for the referendum. Because referendum pa ito, we cannot just, change our grades at random. Kinahanglan nito nin approval at faculty body. So the faculty members will have to, say they approve or disapprove of the request for change of grade from pass to numeric. So as soon as, Monday para 7 makag-referendum kami and we submit it to UPV until the 7th.
Thank you po, Professor Tan. For the benefit na lang din po na andito ngayon sa Zoom meeting na may ganong concern, yung request po for a change of pass to numeric grade is via a request letter po ba?
Yes, there has
Addressed
to
to the
be a
Office
formal
of College
request.
Secretary.
And take note, there are only 3 reasons for requesting for change of grade. Number 1, if the student is maintaining a scholarship or is going to apply for scholarship. Next is if that student is going to take a license. Yung program niya is a licensure. There's a licensure exam at the end of when the student graduates, and if the student intends to pursue graduate studies. So may pa nga ni mga will pursue graduate studies very soon.
Yung Professor Tan, how about yung magta-transfer sa other school?
We also consider that na lang kasi di ba we are naman very reasonable faculty.
Actually,
Dili ganit yung tanafol pero di ba di?
Actually, can you please ito nga nagta-transfer, ano daw ito kung irala itong tigo-tigo nga required ito numeric grade kay for example kung ma-transfer ka Diliman, iba Diliman puros pass grade ra.
Ano po, mga off UP po na mga campuses, like non-UP campuses.
I see. Transferring out of UP.
May kasi di talaga transferring to other schools.
Okay. Sige, sorry.
There are certain colleges who require the full disclosure of numeric grades in the first and second semester.
Ayan po, so i-reiterate ko na lang po for the request letter po to convert your pass to numeric grade. The deadline is until July 7, pero encourage po kayo na mag-file before that para mas ma-process siya earlier.
Kasi we still have to do a referendum. Kailangan ng referendum.
To understand, I mean, just to explain it, kasi the grade between a student and a faculty member is, if you meet requirements. Pero if a faculty member has already given a grade, dito niya pwede balyuan. Mabastala. Kinanglan niya manarit ha amon tanan. So amo ito karusingon ni Ma'am Tan. Normally, ito nga panarit, ada ito didahiton faculty meeting. Pero kay tapos naman na ng meeting, didahan July 1. So, anamon nala sa rabot nga, kung may pa request for change of grade nga urgent and necessary, so, i-referendum nala namon. So, amo to karusig nun. Kay kinahanglan kami nga tanan, mag-vote yes, itong request.
Okay po. So, ayun. Thank you po. At yung file ng request is via request letter addressed to the Office of the College Secretary.
Addressed to the dean.
No, to your teacher.
Teacher
to your
muna,
teacher.
and then the teacher writes to the dean. Ganito para clear. The student writes to the teacher requesting for change of grade from P to numeric. Pag na-receive na yan ng teacher, kaya dapat maaga. Diba? Pag na-receive na yan ng teacher, the teacher will write to the dean requesting for change of grade for the following students, for the following reasons. Okay?
And
then from the dean, lalagay dito sa OCS para kami maka-prepare for the referendum and we send it to all faculty members to decide whether they approve or disapprove.
Yung primary po na gagawin ng students is to write a request letter
to the student, to the teacher.
Professor. And then, yung mga reasons lang po na included dun sa request is dapat either for scholarship purposes, licensure exam, graduate studies or di kaya on transfer to a non-UP campus. So yun, I hope clear na po tayo doon. Okay, we'll proceed to the next question. So ito po na question is nasagot na rin on the previous na mga questions natin. Again, magkakaroon po ng adjustment dun sa ating curriculum mismo, dun sa pag-offer ng mga courses natin per semester. Ang target is, or ang possible na option is, for the second semester, dun mapupunta yung mga laboratory or practical na courses. Tama po ba?
Yes.
So, okay, proceed tayo sa next na question. Ito po, will there be an extension of deadlines on MRR and INC incurred by students in the previous semesters? A reason is remote learning will impede them from complying requirements since we will be adjusting to this new type of learning and many students opted for deferred grade from the previous semester with the hope that face-to-face classes will soon go back. Ito po yung concern ng mga some students na nag-defer ng grade last semester kasi akala nila babalik na sa normal for the next academic year and they could comply with it. Ngayon yung problema po, some of the students na nagpa-defer ng grade last sem is may mga may mga INC din sila on the previous pa rin ng mga semesters. Kumbaga nagpa-pile na po yung kanilang mga INC and coupled with their deferred na marks. So yung question po is that meron po ang possibility na mag-extend on the deadlines for INC and even on the maximum residency rule.
Extended na siya until first semester. Yung mga incomplete in the previous semester, automatic na siyang na-extend until the first semester. Yung completion is until the first semester.
Okay. Siguro po yung yung concern dito ng student na nag-ask is that meron pa bang extension further, which I think the answer would be it depends on the situation.
Ano yung extension? Na-extend na nga until first sem. Until first sem of 2020-21.
Like,
diba yung bawa, meron kang incomplete in the first semester of 2019-2020. So you have 1 year to complete, right? So you have until the end of the second semester. Di ba? Para meron kang 1 year. Nadagdagan na siya ng isang sem. So there's really an extension for that.
Sige po. For the next question naman po, what are the plans of the Division of Management for the qualifying exams? Andito po ba si Professor Exconde?
Wala yata.
Question siya ng mga incoming second year BSA students since nag-stop din in the middle of the sem yung another subject which is required actually for the qualifying exam. So this is the reason why it was raised during the assessment.
Okay, can I just say, kasi waray himam na, can I just say that we will bring this up, we will bring this to their attention. But actually, I think the students also who are really due to take the qualifying exam are also in communication with their advisors in the division. So amo tot importante ha, alayon please, kamo nga students, dili la kamo kung talagang interesado kamo pakian awit baton, mapakian na kamo didto makakabaton. And you will try multiple channels dili la through the SC ha. So you have to talk to the people in the division. But I know they are making plans for this and I guess they will issue an announcement soon. And we will remind them, ha?
Yes po. Thank you, Dean. Yung concern po nila dito is nag-reflect na rin dun sa kung paano i-administer yung exam. For example, everyone.
So may committee actually who is planning all of these aspects.
Okay po. Thank you po. Next question. If a certain course will be taken via blended learning, which will require the student to be physically present inside the university, or if a course applies for remote learning exemption and gets approved, how will the university ensure the safety of the students? Will there be health waivers? How about accommodation, etc.?
Amo na ito, but this question answers itself. That's what I meant kanina. So kaya na magbihin ng exception kita, nga maaramang kita nga damot risks. So wala exception dapat kung ako ito't magbubuot. Di ba? I mean, ini nga mga faculty, if they tell me nga kinahanglan talaga may blended, whatever, ay naku. they will really go through the eye of a needle to persuade us all nga in fact it can be done safely.
So, ayun po, for the students po na nag-a-ask ng ganitong questions and also related to this, siguro we will incline na lang on the part na the faculty and the administration are doing their best to redesign the curriculum in such a way na hindi tayo mahihirapan. So, yun, for the next question.
I think this question was already answered before and through our chat box. So we will just proceed with the next one. So the question is, if a student is infected with COVID-19, are there particular services or actions that will be taken by the university to help the student, even if the mode of learning is remote?
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, what will apply here kay you are man at home ano? And iton ma-apply talaga yun nga situation will be the public health protocols that are mandated by the Department of Health. So you will have to report kung ikaw nasakit ka with COVID then or a family member, di ba? You have to tell your BHERT, your barangay health something emergency response team. They will report it to the health authorities, and then the services that are available for helping people who are sick with this disease will be then rolled out to you, no? Bisan nga ni exposure la diri ka pa sick pero na-expose kahin o sa nga positive case, di ba? May na ito dayon, may na existing public health protocol. So it university actually is not needed in that sense. However, the student certainly can let us know, di ba? Kay para ma-excuse siya. Pero manito yan kung may dakita employee nga masakit or pareho lang ito I think a case kung masakit siya or ma-expose in a positive case. So then we follow the DOH guidelines. So ito important lang ma-inform it university para then kung kinahanglan niya ma-excuse then ma-excuse siya.
Okay. Thank you, Dean. So for the next question, will there be new alternative courses offered to compensate for courses that will not be applicable this coming semester? Example, digital marketing courses to compensate for courses that involve activities that require physical interaction, like entrepreneurship or business simulations.
Is the question really, does it have to be an alternative course? Ano't karusig nun?
Siguro din yung sa part ng pag-redesign niyo po ng program or like offering of new subjects po ba aside po dun sa usual na programs na ino-offer?
Kasi diri kita pwede magbalyuhin subjects. Okay? So that is not part of the course redesign approach, no? The only thing we can do in the current course program redesign, the only thing we can do is move courses, reschedule them. Pero diri kita pwede magbalyuhin course. Nga as in like completely diri na tiya siya tigo offer and then we will offer a new one. Ito yung process that is already a curricular revision that will require approval of the University Council. May itong proseso nga hindi rin man itiya ma-approve kay ito ma-address naman kasi concern by rescheduling, di ba? So diri kinahanglan balyuhan it course. So pero within a course, for example, kung may dito activity nga normally will require within an existing or approved course, there is an activity there that would normally require physical face-to-face interaction or in person, then dapat ito maka-think it teacher in an alternative activity for that.
Okay, thank you, Dean. So ngayon, nasa other matters na tayo na part in which yung question, actually, most of them is nasagutan na kanina. But before that, yung part na to is i-relieve namin to the administration na part or to the faculty na part na andito sa ating meeting regarding on the role of student in the transition process and activities. Ano nga ba yung dapat namin i-expect at ano yung mga responsibilities na kailangan namin i-take note as we go along with remote learning sa next semester and its preparations. So anyone po from the admin part or from the faculty part?
Anyone who wants to answer before I say the role of the student? This is general, di ba? I mean, sorry, Nico. This is the topic that's on the screen, right?
Yes po.
What do we think is the role of the student?
Para aware din po yung student kung aside from, syempre, on the consultation na part, that is to ibigay yung mga demands and concerns ng mga students. Pero for the other part naman, ano din dapat yung gawin namin to help na maging successful yung ating remote learning next semester?
Okay, good. I think it's a very good question. Thank you for asking. I think in the same way that the faculty and the administration is preparing for the coming academic year, I think the students who are the principal stakeholders really should also prepare. No? Now, adto nga yung mga concerns, iba ba nga, the concerns about which you can do something, including your psychological preparedness, I think you can already try to address. No? So, pag familiarize na kamo hiton kung what is the meaning of remote learning, to try it out. In fact, we are thinking of bridge courses actually nga makaka-help pa iyo to try it out. Ito hindi pa ba talagang enrolled kamo ito tapos kinahanglan kamo mag-earn in grade. Bagayan para kamo makasabot kung ano ba talaga ini, we are putting together some things that will be made available to you. But even without that, you can already explore those of you who have access to online services, you can already explore available open online courses that are being offered since even before the time of the pandemic. So iton tapos an iyo concern about the student orgs, as I said kanina, if you can also explore what are the other universities doing, diba? What are other organizations, student organizations doing? So kita na ito niyo. In other words, pag-study ba kita tanan? Okay, iton the faculty and the administrators, we are studying, fast, hard, trying to make sure we can transition. So I think the students can do the same, no? So tapos all of the issues you raised, it's also very important. Aside from raising them, we can try and propose solutions. So and then when you are ready with those propositions that are creative and that are not, the usual way of approaching, then that would be good. So that's one answer. Let's ask the other faculty members who are here, other officers. What do you think is the role of student in the transition process?
I think one important role of students is for them to help actively campaign and provide information to the other students. Kasi you're in the best position kasi to reach out to your fellow students, di ba? Di kamot permi nagkaka-chat, di kamot permi nagkakairo istorya. So especially, I think this is a very small number if you're looking at it from the point of view of the total number of students that we have. So kung ano man yung mga impormasyon nga nakuha yan na, for example, this afternoon, you might as well share it with others, if only to lessen also their anxiety. Kaya I think at this point, pag-init nga tanan kasi, there's a very high level of anxiety kay we don't know what to expect. Nagbago kasi nga tanan, di ba? So how much more it diri nakakabati, diri na babaro, kung ano na't mga panhinabuyan na. So I think that is one sure way of helping administration with all the preparations that we're doing at the moment.
Thank you po, Professor Tan. Meron pa po bang ibang gustong mag-share? Going once? Twice? Sige po, kung wala na po, bali po in summary, yung nakuha nating point is that one, let us study together. Ayan. Sa part po ng faculty and administration, sa part po ng students. And also, yung part din natin as students is to make sure na na-share din natin yung resources at yung capacity and meron tayo with other students in terms of information dissemination and whatever that helps us actually do this together. So, yun po. Now, for the other matters, usually these are just concerns na binibigay ng students na hindi siya related for the next academic year pero questions pa dun sa past semester. na kailangan daw nilang masagutan para makapag-move on at makapag-focus na sila sa kung paano nila gagawin yung paano sila mag-cope up sa remote learning next academic year. So yung unang question is about GWA, nasagutan na po siya. Hindi po computed ang GWA last semester. And ayan, as much as proud po yung administration about it, for the students part, ayan, as student council, proud din po kami sa ganung decision ng administration. Yung next question is, maraming students ang hindi na-inform sa deadline. Okay, tapos na rin po ito. Regarding po ito sa pag-file ng appeal for, tawag doon?
Change of grade.
Ng pass to numeric grade. So, nasabi na po natin yun kanina. Regarding, you could file a request letter to your instructor or professor with the reasons na na-provide na rin kanina. So, for the next question.
So will there be a refund to all students who paid tuition and other school fees last semester?
So what was the answer that you got from the system?
I think with regards to the dormitory fees, for that student concerned who paid full payment, you will be refunded for the month of April and May. So how about
tuition?
Yes.
Oh, I know, but was this, have you not, was this question not raised during the dialogue, the first dialogue you had?
Hindi po siya na-raise, and then nung nag-observe po din kami sa UP Diliman na town hall meeting, hindi rin po siya daw nasagutan. They need to follow up daw. Baka lang po ngayon meron ng answer about this.
Okay. Well, we cannot respond. I have to confer with the system. I will bring this to their attention. There is still this question that the answer to which apparently has not yet been clarified. Okay?
Yes po. Noted po. I think this is the last question. Just a concern. Hindi pala question, concern po. Some students still don't have grades until now, even if they passed all the requirements that the teachers required them. Also, some students passed all requirements but still received a deferred grade. Ito yung question ng ibang, ito rin pong concern ng ibang students na meron pong mga certain faculty members na upon giving the course packs ay hindi na po nagparamdam ever until now. Kasi hindi rin po nila makontak at wala pa rin po silang grade sa CRS. Rather than a question, we just want to tell the administration na merong case. Yes po, Professor Tan.
Baka lang kasi it's a technicality kasi may na-encounter na kaming ganyang situation the other day. It could be that mali yung pagpasok ng grade. So, ang faculty, sinulat niya yung pass doon sa remarks, pero hindi siya nag-click ng pass doon sa column for grade, for final grade. So, baka lang naman ganon. In fact, for one faculty member, nasabihan na namin siya and I hope na ayos na niya. Baka naman yun lang yung reason. Baka nag-submit ng grade, it's just that mali yung pag-enter niya doon sa CRS. So, ganito na lang, Nico. If by any chance, may mga kilala kayong students na ganon ang concern, maybe you can email us and we can double check dito sa OCS. Kasi baka ganon lang yung problem.
Thank you po. Yes po. Ayan, so yun na po yung entirety ng questions na na-compile namin based on the weeks ng pag-raise ng mga students ng kanilang concerns for next academic year. Now, if may mga concerns pa yung mga students, feel free pa rin to raise them beyond this consultation. Meron po tayo mga student representatives assigned na-forward na po namin sa mga academic org heads nyo rin at sa organization heads yung mga names ng mga student representatives na mag-focus sa mga different organizations and courses and batches para po ma-forward namin siya sa mga offices din na concerned. And then beyond consultation, ma-clear din pa rin yung mga questions if meron pa tayo. So, on the part of the Student Council, we are very much thankful to the administration, to the division chairs, to the faculty na nandito sa atin and also to the students na nakilahok actively dun sa ating consultation. From the experience coming from the UPB Town Hall meeting, indeed, halos lahat po ng mga concerns natin ngayon ay nabigyan ng nagbiyan talaga ng a straight and clear na response. So, with the remote learning na mangyayari next semester, siguro sa part ng students, ang magbigay na lang namin is the assurance na kasama kami ng administration at ng faculty in ensuring that the remote learning would be at the best interest and welfare not only of the students but of all stakeholders sa university. So yun, as much as concerned kami dun sa welfare namin, also, we are taking into consideration that right now, the faculty and administration are really having a hard time making sure na maging successful tayo next academic year. And then, ang ma-assure din namin is the constant communication from the students to the administration and vice versa for any concerns din na meron kayo for the students. So, yun lang po. And baka po meron kayong mga final message before tayo mag-close.
Just to say, Nico, na kay bangin mo misinterpret nga, we are having a hard time nga, we are not going to be able to. Di ba? Kay amo tot karong signon, so maning kagani nga really having a hard time doing something, bagan karong signon, you are not likely to succeed.
Then makarating ako yung phrase.
We are working hard.
Working hard.
We're working hard to make sure that our coming academic year will be a fruitful year for all of us. Now we understand the challenges. We are not belittling it. Please understand that what is really important in times like this, which are challenging for all of us, is that we keep the communication lines open. So kinahanglan magko-communicate kita. So amula kay masyado liwat ka bilisdan ang iton turn of events. So we really just have to be on our toes and try and make sure nga, you know, information is communicated as quickly as possible. Ayaw kita pagpadarahin mga fake news, ha? Oo, may dangani ka mo nababatian nga bagan alarming. The thing to do is to find out whether it is true. So dili kita dapat kay mga UP students man kita, di ba? We should be very critical of things that are, things that are said, and we should be the first to try and verify with the correct sources. So amulay to, we hope that you will keep healthy. Please do not, if you are finding that you are becoming overly anxious, you must stop. You must stop overthinking. You must reach out, okay? And you must also, I think, focus on helping other people, no? Para it will also help you cope with your own difficulties. Okay?
Thank you po. Yes po, Professor Tan.
Don't forget to prompt us yung mga wala pang grade because before it becomes a nightmare, ha? Because you will need the grades before the first sem opens. Ha?
Meron pa bang gustong mag-message? Pwede po pa kami mag-request na mag-picture tayo as a group dito sa thing so that we could document it to the UST na tapos na po yung consultation natin.
Sure.
Pwede i-open niyo yung mga beads yun na part. Ayan, hello.
Hello, kids.
Ayan.
Okay, tell us ha, kay bangin sige tat smile tapos di rin ngayon nagpipicture or tapos na ngayon magpicture.
1, 2, 3. Sige, wait lang po ha.
Okay.
Wait lang po.
Mr. Echo, it's nice to see you here.
Nice to see you too, ma'am. Hello po.
Ako ninihiya ko, alaga.
Screenshot lang po. Wait lang po ha. 30 seconds na lang po. Sige. Isa pa po. Last na po. 1, 2, 3. Ayan.
Okay. Yay.
Thank you.
Okay. Nice to see you all. We hope to see you on campus. Don't worry, we also miss you. So we are not trying to prevent you from returning to campus. It's just that we cannot yet come back.
It's just a
Okay.
not yet. It's not a no.
Thank you very much po.
Bye.
And ayan, i-compile na po namin yung mga naganap po natin o nag-transpire dito sa consultation. And we are very much thankful po kasi legit po nakakuha po tayo ng mga clear na mga response sa ating questions. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Stay safe po.
Kayo din. Stay safe.
Oh, sorry na po.
Hi, Nix.
Hi, Nino.
Nice ka, Nix.
Good job.
Nix, mag-graduate na kita, Nix.
Legit. Tutulungan pa na kita.
Wala ka, mag-logi. Thesis na ako this sem, tapos nag-remote learning pa. Oh my God.
Ha? Saan sa?
Ano ba, Jillian?
Remote learning is kanang layo. Wala mo nagtapok sa usa nga place para mag
Anyways, Nix, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ingat ka mo.
Oh, see you.
Yeah, see you. Miss you, Inok.
Sablay soon.
Sige. Thank you, Ma'am Labornal. Sana all nakaon na Edmonte. Salamat Ed, han YouTube.
Okay, kuya. Iganan ako, kuya. Iganan ako. And meeting for all. Hi, Justin.